Hello. Good morning, Ewan. Good morning, Jively. Whew. Well, I I did end up sleeping through the fourth segment. I'm all caught up, and I think we're about ready to start play for the fifth segment. Hello, Timo. So I think the plan today is going to be for the fifth segment, since I missed earlier, we're going to try and kibitz. Mexstroth has been requested for the fifth segment of play, so that should be fun. And then we'll probably turn our attention to the, well, if we look at the scoreboard, Italy against Norway looks fairly close. And if Switzerland maintains a large gap, they might not be on VuGraph for the evening, or the third set today. I guess it would still be morning for me, but yeah, so it looks like they have a couple of interesting matches going on that have currently been set up. In the Dorsey Trophy semifinal, the two US teams were required to play against each other. So we see USA 1 doing quite well in that match. Venice Cup, Norway has a dominant position over Turkey. I looked at the Venice Cup matches and neither of them looked all that close. But I guess we'll have to see who we end up getting for Switzerland versus USA 2. I've so far been lucky that we've been able to kibitz south every single time, although I guess it's all just going to be based on who sits where. I did notice once again, so I will quickly pull this up, that in the Switzerland-USA match, oh wow, Switzerland ended up winning the segment. So once again, we had Zimmerman in and Fleischer out for the first set of the day. And with the US not even winning the set, I think things look a little bit dire for them, but we will stick with it for another segment. But the US also did have Joe Grew and Brad Moss sitting east-west. I guess they were hoping that Zimmerman would just want to sit north-south, play against them. So once again, I think seeding rights has kicked in here. Some teams with a fairly weak sponsor do tend to do that, where they will want to have the sponsor sitting in every time they have seeding rights and have the sponsor sitting out every time they don't. USA had a horrible last two boards. Yeah, I'm sorry that we weren't able to watch the first set, or that I wasn't able to. Maybe everyone else could. But hopefully cards will come through soon. I guess if the US is sitting the same players, well, they might have Fleischer and Martel sitting in one of the rooms. Since I think Fleischer will still need to play at least one set. I mean, this could be a pivotal segment. If Zimmerman and Fleischer are both sitting in, and the US has seeding rights, I wonder what their plan is going to be. I don't know too much about the internal workings of their team. My suspicion is that if that's the lineup, then the US the US will be likely to sit Grew and Moss against Zimmerman. I think that's been their plan all along, but I'm not sure. So we'll see. We'll see what the lineups are. Still going to be about a 10-minute delay. David says, last board was just bad luck. If East had played the contract, it went down. If West had played it, it would have made. That's too bad. That's too bad. There have been a couple of slams like that. I don't know if it was a slam, but there have been a couple of boards like that during the event so far that we've seen. I think notably one of the boards yesterday in the Switzerland USA match. It was like you needed to right side a slam. I think there was this 6 club versus 6 hearts hand. 4 spades. Okay, so it was a game decision, but still an important like 12 or 13 imps. Wasn't bad luck. Brad Moss didn't open an opening hand. Well, that's surprising. Was he vulnerable? Because I've noticed that Brad Moss and Joe Grew tend to be very aggressive when they're not vulnerable, playing their precision system. They're able to just open a diamond on like a bunch of even 8 counts we've seen. But when they're vulnerable, they tend to really want like a good 12 before they open. I think they're the only pair in the world that I've seen, or at least the only pair in these high-level competitions I've seen that have that wide-ranging of an opinion about opening 1-level bids based on vulnerability. Like, I understand the precision system makes it a little bit easier to cater to weaker opening bids at the 1 level. But still, it really is something like a 4-point differential from from the bottom end of the range for their opening bid choices. I am going to do my best to kibitz Mexstroth if he is in. My suspicion is that Mexstroth is actually not going to be playing for the US. I think he might be sitting out this segment. But we'll try our best. Let's see, maybe we can pull up... No, the players don't have seats yet. Otherwise, we could have seen the lineups. Better than your 13-point range for 1-level openings when not playing precision. 13-point range. I just mean like... If they're going to be treating 8 counts, like good 8 counts as a 1-level opening, like the minimum 1-level opening when they're playing precision, but they're effectively saying that like the minimum when vulnerable is 12, that's like a 4-point discrepancy in their opening bid styles based on vulnerability. And that's really weird. Obviously it's been working out pretty well for them. They've had this system for a long time. Hi, Suvik. Glad to have you joining us from BBO. Yeah, just so everyone knows, the account I'm on here that you can see on my stream is probably not the one you want to be messaging me on. Because your messages will pop up in this bottom area of the screen. I mean, it's totally fine if you want to get a message on the stream. I suppose you can. But, okay, we're in. Let's see a little bit. So it is Fleischer and Martel and Moss and Grew. Wow, so Zimmerman's sitting out. I think the US had seating rights, and Zimmerman is sitting out for this segment. I'm sorry, Punchton. I did get some good rest, so I'm refreshed a little bit. We watched Klukowski yesterday. Let's take a look at Martel. Zimmerman's already played his 3 sets. Well, that's not good news for the US. That's really not great news for us, coming in down 46. But yeah, we'll stick with this match at least for the time being. The US knows what they need to do. They need to make a bit of a comeback here, and then finish it off in the last segment. Play strong. Morning, Rusty. Okay, South has opened a 14 to 16 no trump third seat with his 14 count. Even make one of these kings a queen. I think Chip Martell would have been happy to open a no trump third seat favorable. Not the greatest dummy, although maybe we could argue this is a pretty good dummy. The opponents could easily have missed a game, and we're hoping that our no trump range might have preempted them out of it. I'm going to quickly pull up system cards. I know Brink and Driver, they play this Tarzan Club, I think is what it's called, which is a variant of like Precision. But then I don't think we've actually watched Martell and Fleischer play at all. Oh, they played Dutch Doubleton. Who plays the Tarzan Club? Is that Brogland and Bakke? Maybe it's Brogland and Bakke. So Fleischer and Martell are playing kind of a pretty standard North American style 2-over-1. A couple of gadgets, it looks like. But for the most part, I will be more familiar with their system than the opponents. Deweese and Mueller are the ones who play Tarzan. Got it. Thank you, Ollie and Showstruck. Ewan says we might have just enough to beat game. That sounds plausible. The spade position looks friendly for the east-west side. And depending on how east-west want to be, a little bit swingy in the other room, they might overbid and reach 4 spades, have to pick up the spade suit. I think a lot of it's going to depend on the position of the Diamond King here. But as mentioned, with Groom Moss in the east-west seats in the other room, it's possible that East actually has an opening bid here. Like Driver might not have opened a 9 or 10 count, just because the system doesn't allow it, or their agreement is that it's not allowable. But East-West might have opened in the other room. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Now that I noticed the score thing coming in, boom, no spoilers. But speaking of, we may see a spade part score from the other table, or a spade game. You never know. Thank you, Bet, for letting us know. Yeah, I'm trying my best to make sure that we don't spoil the results of the other room, since we're kibitzing from a single player's perspective here, Chip Martell. But we will get to see the imps pop up on the right side of the screen over here when we do complete a hand. So I think Martell's going to be quite happy just to collect as many tricks as he possibly can. And I have to admit, first hand of the day is always a bit of a struggle for me. I'm trying to introduce everything and make sure that I keep up with the chat. I have not been following the player carding, but it looks like Martell has kind of happily thrown West in. Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. I just like to kind of try and remind everyone. So we got the King of Hearts in. Martell could cash the Diamond Ace and take 4 tricks, get out for down 3 maybe, or he could try and exit a club and hope that one of the opponents eventually gets end played into leading a diamond away from the king. Matt says this might be the slower room. That's true. That's definitely true. I think Martel is a fairly thoughtful player. Fleischer is fairly quick. He does take his time, but I think for the most part he comes up with a sensible line of play fairly fast. Ewan has asked for a bet. Bet on C. Oh, bet on club? Bet that Martel is going to exit a club and hope to get out for down 2. That makes sense. I realize that I have not put up a prediction, so let's go ahead and do that. Who's going to win this segment? So it's not who's going to be ahead in the match, it's just who's going to get more imps in this set. I'll give you all 5 minutes. I guess I didn't see exactly what happened at the end of the hand there. It looked to me like... with the opponent's hearts 3-3, Declare just set up a club trick in the end position. Got it, got it, got it. So 2 imps going the way of USA 2. Not a bad start to the set. East-West were able to find their spade partial in the other room. I'm quickly going to jump over and just take a look. Okay, interestingly enough, South did open a no trump at both tables. East, despite having 7 high card points, was not able to find an opening bid in the Gru-Moss partnership over there. Surprising. But that's 2 imps to USA 2. We're on the comeback train. 44 more imps to go. Okay, we're taking a look at Martel's hand. They just gonna make sure that their 2-no opener is 20-21. So it is 20-21, but Chip Martel, despite being 4-3-3, does have, I mean, a couple of nice spot cards in the heart suit. Ace 10-8 is not bad, but all aces and kings. He does open 2-no. And we'll see what Fleischer elects to do. But at this point, once we've opened 2-no trump, we're mostly not going to be captain anymore unless partner decides to, say, transfer to a major and then start some sort of Q-bidding sequence. So a lot of our decisions were based on the opening bid choice here. Partner transfers to hearts. Now, Martel could decide to show a good hand in support of hearts, and oh, looks like he does. He bids 3 spades. Again, probably just on the basis of having all of these controls. So 4 diamonds retransfer is kind of what we might expect. Because now we've really boxed our hand into a tiny, tiny range. I think our partner is mostly going to be able to take over from here. David says Bob Hammond opened 2 clubs with the hand. Is he more aggressive? It could be based on a different opening point range. I don't know if Hammond and who's he playing with? I forget who Hammond's playing with, but I mean, maybe their 2-no opener is 19-20, or maybe he just decided to upgrade. Weixel. Oh, of course. Yeah, he's played with Weichsel for a long time in seniors. That's right. I think he just decided that all these controls were too good to open 2 no trump. He wanted to show it as 22 to 24. That would be my guess. Not an unreasonable choice, but 4-3-3 is a big downside. You know, with all these aces and kings, you kind of need your partner to have a 5-card suit for slam to be any good. So like this 21 count opposite a normal 10 count from partner, which might force to 6 no trump, you're probably going to require partner has 5 in one of these suits for 6 no to have some play. Hammond's playing good 19 to 21. Yeah, I mean, it sounds just like an upgrade based on the aces and kings. Okay, 5 clubs exclusion was bid. Double by East is normally, I would say, inviting a sacrifice. So inviting a sacrifice in clubs. Now, I guess I should take a look. I don't see anything on their card about dopey or anything like that. I mean, it's probably somewhere in here. I'm just not very good at reading these convention cards. Yeah, Yuan says 5 diamonds showing 2. So I mean, South has 2 key cards without the trump queen. And if you were normally playing something like dopey, double, or ropey, I guess, redouble. So redouble would be the first step, which would be 1 or 4. And then pass would be the second step, which would be 0 or 3. So then 5 diamonds would be the third step. And that would show 2 without the queen. But, I mean, Martel probably working back in his mind all the conversations they had about these dopey, ropey, interference over keycard auctions, and then trying to decide if they apply to exclusion keycard or if they're doing something else. Big discussion point, and I mean, I know Martel and Fleischer have played together a lot, but it's not so often that exclusion gets interfered with. Matt says, what about exclusion responses that are 0, 1, 1 with the queen, etc.? Is that playable in this scenario? Like, what if East had passed? Wouldn't South be expected to hold a large number of key cards quite often as the 2-no opener? Do you have space to do all of this? I wonder if you're thinking about key card responses to like a weak 2 opener. Like if someone opens 2 hearts and you jump to 4 clubs as key card, the weak 2 opener can't have a good hand. So then they would have a response of 0, 1, 1 with the queen, 2, 2 with the queen are the normal steps. But I'm not sure that that is functional over exclusion. I mean, maybe it is. It just feels like you run out of room on this hand. Like, what if South had 3 with the queen? I mean, are you supposed to make the 7th step to show 3 with the queen? Martel has come out of the woodwork with 5 spades. And mean, maybe his hope is that because if they were playing ropey, his effective responses, or like the most normal responses, would stop at 5 hearts, right? Redouble would be 1 or 4, pass would be 0 or 3, 5 diamonds would be 2 without the queen, 5 hearts would be 2 with the queen, that he's just basically hoping his partner interprets 5 spades as they haven't interfered, so I'm trying to make my 2 with the queen response, or 2 without the queen response. Yeah, Matt says double of exclusion is a once every 3-year auction. It doesn't come up very much. I think that's right, Alcy, that he's trying to show 2. Oh, 2 with the king of spades. That's a little bit too rich, I believe. Yeah, Showstruck saying that Fleischer might have an unauthorized information problem because the board was slow to come back, or not the board, but the bidding was slow to come back to him after the 5-spade bid. I'm not sure that's necessarily true in this scenario. This feels like a situation where almost any South, regardless of your agreements, unless you had like talked about this directly coming into this set, I'm pretty sure every South would spend some time thinking before making their decision. So Fleischer bid 6 hearts, that means North gets to declare. We have put the doubler on opening lead. East-West not finding a 7 club save, which probably wouldn't have worked out for them. I'm sure that Martel would have cracked 7 clubs faster than any of the other bids he made in this auction. Yeah, 5 spades does force partner to bid slam. Although, I guess we're about to find out if North has the hand where slam makes, or the hand where slam is going down. I think it's clear that North wanted to be in slam opposite 2 without the queen, right? Because if East had not doubled, we would have had to bid 5 spades anyway to show this hand. So 6 hearts is perfectly fine. The only scare is basically that our partner wanted to be in 7 if we had this hand, and we're on uneven footing with the 5-spade bid. Yeah, Matt says covering the result in the other room makes it a little more tense for this play, which we're going to have to wait a minute longer. So if you haven't come into one of these single-player kibitzing perspectives, when we are dummy, that means that until the end of the first trick, we can't actually see North's hand, but don't panic. North's hand will be revealed once the first trick is over. And here we go. Okay. I mean, all in all, a pretty good slam. We kind of just need to guess one of the red suits correctly. So we have 2 chances to pick up the red queens. There's one of them. Now we're cold, and now Declare is going to be able to breathe a sigh of relief. Can just try the diamond finesse. 2 diamonds go away on the ace-king of clubs. So 6 hearts will make, which is good news for the US side. With North having a 13 count over there, opposite a 2-no opener, I suspect that North-South in the other room would be getting to the slam, and I'm trying to do my best, hold everyone in suspense, since I'm actually looking at the score on my table. Maybe I can put up a little blocker on my own screen so that I can't see the result. Fleischer, I think, as mentioned before, a very technical player. He does rough the third round of clubs, and I think East has a chance of getting squeezed now if he plays the last heart. The only scare, though, is that we play the last heart, East pitches down to a doubleton diamond, we then play a diamond to the king and a diamond, and West doesn't follow with the queen. We have to decide if we're going up ace or hooking the jack. Whoa. Okay, that was a choice. Well, other table did reach the heart slam, and that means that with both queens on side, or well, the queen of hearts being with West and the queen of diamonds with West, US ends up losing an imp. Stevie, thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate all the support. Glad to have you with us. I hope that you're doing well. Haven't seen you around too much. You know, if you were interested in doing some commentary with me, one of these sets, I know that you're in a better time zone for it. You are more than welcome to jump on. Would be happy to have you. Ah, you're playing in a regional this week. Well, good luck, good luck. Hope you have a good set today. So board 3, we have picked out the slower table, unfortunately, I guess. That means we don't get to jump over there for more action at the end of the set. But a couple of fairly tame-ish boards. Ewan wants to hop in for one of the 8 a.m. sets. Oh, that's one of the second segments. Yeah, actually, I've had people who have been interested in doing the first set because they're in like the Aussie time zone, and I've had people from like the later set because they're in US time zone, but I haven't had anyone for the second segment. Sure, yeah, tomorrow we can plan on having you join me for the second set of play. Hey Harris, you missed a set earlier. I also missed a set earlier. So did everyone who's now watching, although maybe everyone who's now watching was able to tune in to somewhere else to get the coverage. 2 diamonds by West. Just weak 2-bid in diamonds. Not that popular in this event. Partner makes a takeout double. East raises to 3 diamonds, and as South we have we've made a responsive double. Normally this double by South would show both majors, but I think what South's plan is we double. If partner bids spades, we're going to pull to 4 clubs to show hearts and clubs. It seems like a reasonable try rather than just guessing what fit we have. So North bids 3 hearts, and as South we have decided to go quietly, figuring that our 1 bid in the auction double basically showed these values. 4 small hearts could easily be a bad holding with the preemptor on our left. Even if our partner has something like ace, king, queen, 4th of hearts over there, we could still have a heart loser, and if partner's hearts are a little bit worse, we're taking hooks into the non-preemptor, who's more likely to have most of the missing honors. So driver on lead. Not too scary of a spot for us to go a little bit low. We're not vulnerable. So even if we've misguessed on this one and we end up missing out on a potential heart game, I mean, for one thing, hopefully our teammates also keep them out of it somehow. But even if not, then it's only going to be worth 6 imps because of the vulnerability. It's still very important to get these close game decisions right down the stretch, especially as the team who's behind by 45 currently. Driver spending a little bit of time thinking about his opening lead. So again, with Fleischer being the declarer, we have picked the wrong person to kibitz, but all that means is that once the opening lead hits the table, hopefully our partner will play to the first trick quickly so that we can see all 4 hands. So don't panic when the opening lead hits and we're just staring at the one hand. We're given a very realistic perspective from the dummy as to what's going on. Just sitting here kind of waiting for partner to call cards. Must be a really difficult opening lead decision from East. I think this is bad news for Declare if East takes this long on his opening lead, where this is a very obvious auction where like a diamond lead makes a ton of sense. Because I'm a little bit worried that that kind of means the heart suit is splitting very badly. Well, I mean, we've done well to stop below 4 hearts, which is good news. The concern now is if the trumps are splitting badly, we could be in a lot of trouble. Declare has a spade loser. We've already lost a diamond, and we have at least 2 trump losers. I mean, Fleischer not vulnerable and also not being doubled. I suspect he's just going to duck a trump, win the ace of hearts, and then hope that the trumps break, run the club suit to make his contract. It does not look like a particularly challenging hand to play. There's, again, kind of noted during the auction with Martel having 4 small hearts, we can't even pick up a 4-1 heart split, no matter what the distribution of the suit is. I suppose other than King, Queen, Jack, 4th of hearts being with the 2 diamond opener, but that's not realistic. Whoa! Club ruff at trick 2. Not necessarily fatal yet. West might have ruffed from a 3-card heart holding. But that could be the nail in the coffin on this contract. Nice opening lead from Driver if he didn't have the touching diamond on her. That he led the ace of diamonds. He might not have the ace king. Oh, but look at that. Hearts do split. So good news for Declare. 3 hearts does make. Wow. So Brink choosing to open 2 diamonds, the only suit where he doesn't have one of the top 4 honors, rather than passing with 2 good 3-card majors on the side. Interesting choice. Other table did reach 3 hearts as well, and so that board was a push. I am going to highlight something that Al Hollander is saying. Hold on, how do I do this without... Is it this one? Yeah, okay, hold on. Give me a sec. So Al Hollander doing nice commentary. He got some comments apparently from the spectators saying, whoop, oh god. This is really hard to highlight. He sees that 5 diamonds makes on the hand for east-west, and he was getting a lot of comments from the spectators, but there's no realistic auction from east-west to get there. And he says, and I agree wholeheartedly with this, a lot of the commentators, so spectators and commentators from BBO do a bunch of this double dummy analysis without actually spending time thinking and looking at the hand in front of them. So I just kind of wanted to point that out. Now, I'm sorry, we might have spoiled a little bit of, whoops, this one. I'm doing great, don't worry. Okay. Apologies for a little bit of spoilers on this hand specifically, but I did want to point that out. Yeah, Rusty says it's like in chess where you're just looking at the engine evaluation and not really suggesting sensible, like human, potentially observable moves. And Vikitsa agrees. I think that is a big point, and that's something that I try not to do on my channel, is not just look at a position and try and analyze double dummy. I mean, sometimes I'll say, oh, you know, like if Declarer divines exactly what's going on, then he can take this really unusual play to make the contract. But I'm mostly trying to comment from a single dummy perspective anyway, even when looking at all 4 hands. I think that's more productive and more educational as well. Well, I mean, Chip Martell has nothing on this hand, just a 2 count balanced, so we're going to see what the opponents are doing. West opens a diamond, East bids a spade. I will say I fortunately have Al Hollander to help me out with some of the opponent's auctions, because it would be a disaster if I was having to look at the convention cards or system summaries for these guys on my own. So a diamond natural, spade is natural, 2 hearts is a variety of hand types, but it tends to be artificial, so not necessarily hearts. From West, it basically just shows some extras. Well, glad that you're enjoying it, Rusty. Happy to bring this new perspective to people. I know that this just effectively isn't done, which I think makes sense for a lot of coverage of the events, but on my channel I've gotten a lot of positive feedback from just watching a single hand and being able to get a little bit more in-depth analysis as to what's going on in the mind of one player specifically for some of the decisions. And as long as I don't spoil anything, which I haven't been doing a great job of, but I'm trying, at least we get to see the hand from a little bit of an unbiased perspective. Ewan said, did Al say whether this is a reverse? It's just, so it's extras. Basically any hand with extras, or it could be a long single-suited diamond hand. That's how I'm interpreting Al's comments. So 3 clubs. Uh, okay, this was apparently not one of the choices. 3 clubs was apparently a relay to 3 diamonds to show either 5-5 in the black suits, forcing, or a weak hand that was planning to sign off in 3 diamonds. So I'm now gonna like start interpreting. If that's what 3 clubs meant, as a relay to 3 diamonds, potentially with weak diamonds, West has too good of a hand to sign off in 3 diamonds, and 3 spades is presumably natural. So it looks like West effectively has some sort of like reverse-ish type hand. We don't know if West has clubs or hearts with extras, but probably 3-card spade support based on the 3 spade bid and the decision not to bid 3 diamonds. So I would expect West to be either 3-4-5-1 or 3-1-5-4. And not knowing where West's shortness is a little bit scary, but this might get Chip Martell off to a trump lead to try and prevent some trump roughs, or some roughs. No, he does get off to a heart lead. ATN likes the heart lead. Again, I might be misinterpreting the auction. It's very possible that 2 hearts was just natural, and in that case, Chip Martell knows that West comes down with a stiff club. But the heart lead, very sensible. You know, 4 small diamonds is not a great holding when West has a 5-card diamond suit. Just means that if we don't get our tricks in quickly, the opponents are going to have a bunch of diamond tricks that they can take. So the aggressive heart lead makes some sense. Heart goes to partner's king. Okay, king of diamonds comes back. We're gonna have to give partner count signal on this trick. That's exactly what he's looking for. He wants to know how many diamonds he can cash. And looks like our count signals are upside down. So that count signal was showing an even number. Our partner had hoped that it was 2 instead of 4. And that's why he decided to cash the diamond ace, or try the diamond ace at the very least. Declare just able to play spade to the king, spade back. Wow, okay, well. So the aggressive heart opening lead and the fact that North tried to cash a couple diamonds made Declare's life a little bit easier here. I wonder what would have happened on a trump lead, because the inability to ruff all of those clubs from East Sand and the dummy, if we play several rounds of trumps early, might have made Declare's life a little bit difficult. The fact that he has a singleton diamond opposite this diamond suit, which can't easily be set up, I don't know. I mean, double dummy will probably say you can make it by leading a low heart towards the jack, even on a trump lead. But a trump lead would have made... I think there was a realistic chance it could have gone down if Martell had gotten off to that lead. Hard to argue, though, with the heart choice. I mean, again, he was just looking at these 4 small diamonds, being worried that partners' hearts might go away if we don't get them set up or caching early enough. So push board, pretty tame start to the set so far. But we're on to board 5. So North opens a club, which it looks like it's effectively what most pairs play as these 1 club openers. 2 or more clubs, just effectively a weak no trump type hand is possible. 1 heart showing spades, 4 or more spades. Transfer responses are pretty normal. 1 no trump alerted. Ah, thank you, Al. 1 no trump is apparently 18 to 19. That's kind of cute. I'm just going to look over their system to figure out what they do with like 17 highs. Looks like their 1 no trump opener goes up to 17. So I guess that means they have a little bit of room in these 1 of a minor, 1 of a major, 2 no trump to show a different type of hand. Well, as South, we have bid 2 clubs. Ooh, 2 no from partner. Okay, 2 spades from partner. I was just like, there's no way partner, having already shown 18 to 19, can bid 2 no here. Looks like 2 clubs, just a little bit of a check back ask. 2 spades from north, we found a spade fit, but 5 high card points opposite 18 to 19. Wow. Martel invites. This is surprising to me. Like the flat hand, 5-3-3-2. I'm a little surprised by this decision from Martel. He probably knows more than me about his system, though. I mean, maybe going through a club and getting to a no trump shows primary clubs, in which case the queen 10 third of clubs could be a nice offensive asset. Yeah, lots of intermediates. Lots of intermediates. And there is a vulnerable bonus for game. If you're not familiar, you do get extra points, or extra imps, if you bid and make a game. So Greg says, in the Swedish club completing the transfer, is R. Fleischer Martel playing a Swedish club, though? That would be surprising. But you can just play your natural no-trump systems directly over the no-trump. That's kind of cool. All right, how did we do? We got a heart opening lead. Which doesn't exactly help us yet. Yeah, diamond has come back. So we have a heart loser. We have a diamond loser and a spade loser. It's just going to come down to the club hook, right? I mean, Declare is going to need to be a little bit careful about timing the play here. So ultimately not necessarily a terrible game contract. Wow, the Jack of Spades holds. This might scare Declare a little bit, right? Because the defense has to want to win the ace of spades and cash a diamond. But this does also open the door now for Declare to try and run hearts pitching diamond losers from the south hand. Okay, he goes after this line of play. So King of Hearts. I mean, if someone has short hearts and has ducked from ace doubleton of spades. It seems like a remote possibility, though, right? I mean, if hearts are 3-3, we get one discard on the queen of hearts, but that's not enough. And if hearts are 4-2, someone can still rough in on the third round and cash a diamond, even if they're roughing with the trump ace. The only real hope, I think, would be if East has a doubleton heart, Declare tries to sneak the jack of hearts through, East doesn't rough, we get to pitch a diamond, and then we can try the queen of hearts next. I don't think it's very likely. I'm pretty sure Fleischer doesn't think it's very likely. So yeah, he does just go about pulling trumps. Makes sense. So the fact that East has now taken the spade ace and didn't on the first round, I think, is a strong suggestion that East has a remaining trump. In which case, if East does play 2 more rounds of diamonds, Fleischer being in hand for the last time, roughing, might feel somewhat comfortable just playing hearts to get back to the south hand. I mean, he's going to have to, but he can rough a heart back to the south hand, kind of figuring that East has the remaining 10 of spades. Even if West shows out, then he can pull trumps, cross to the club ace and pitch his club losers. Would not even need the club finesse from there. Well, that jack of diamonds from West makes me a little more concerned about what's going on. Because that's starting to sound like a suit preference signal for hearts. In which case, if that was the layout, Fleischer could have made his contract, I think. Fleischer, rather than leading the queen of spades, could have led the 6 of spades towards the king. This is all very double dummy now, but if West still has the 10 of spades remaining, then it would have been necessary to preserve that high spade in the north hand. We'll see what East does on this trick. I mean, again, a diamond return. Declare will rough in hand. We'll have to get back to the south hand to pull trumps, so he'll end up roughing a heart with the 9 of spades. And if that holds, then the king of spades will be able to pull the last trump, cross to the club ace, pitches 2 club losers, will not even need the club hook. This table has been very slow. I don't remember if Brink and Driver were slow in other sets. I felt like they were fairly fast players. But most of the thinking time seems to have been on East here. East has been on lead an awful lot, having defended now 3 of 5 contracts. John asks, how much time do they get for the set? It is about 2.5 hours, a little bit less than 2.5 hours. So it's been, what is this now? 50 minutes or so, and they're midway through board 5. They still have 12 boards to go. Well, there's the 5 of hearts. Yep, we pitch a diamond. Oh, West does have the 10 of spades. Wow. I'm not sure if it was a little bit of a missed defense then, East not taking the ace of spades on the first round of the suit. You know, sometimes when Declare leads the jack and the king's in dummy, you always think, oh, I have the ace, Declare's just going to run the jack for a finesse. But they can be clever here. Have queen jack third. Still 3 imps. 3 imps picked up for the US squad. They're closing the gap a little bit, but making 4 spades on that one would have been a huge result. Ooh, the king of clubs was offside. That is worth noting, that the defense definitely could have scored a club trick as well if they wanted. So I guess ultimately Martel was close to being spot on with his assessment. I mean, if trumps are splitting and the club king is on side, which is going to happen like 34% of the time, then 4 spades is a good spot. You need other things not to go wrong, though. You need to be able to ruff a diamond in the north hand some of the time. You need the opponents not to get a club ruff or a trump promotion in hearts or in clubs. So it's probably a little bit less than where you would want to be for a vulnerable game at imps. But it was close. Thoughts about north-south 1 club with 5 hearts? I think it's just systemically North was planning on showing 18 to 19, and in that case he's allowed to do it with whatever sort of shape he wants. They probably have Puppet Stamen or something over this 1-no auction to ask about a 5-card major if necessary. So, I mean, like, I'm not playing their system. I have no idea if that's what's going on, but I think that's what was happening. That Fleischer was allowed to just show his balanced hand and find out about the major suits later. One Trick Wonder points out that Martel is in the running for worst high card point set of the entire event. Yeah, Ewan is thinking he's competing with Bathurst from that one segment we watched, who averaged, I think, a bit less than 7 high card points per hand over 16 boards. So 1 club by East was natural. 1 no trump is some artificial game force that tends to start a relay. So we have no information about West's hand other than they have some values over here. And 3 no apparently showed a weak no trump type hand. Partner gets off to the Jack of Spades lead. This is Rusino. So partner's showing the queen, or potentially shortness. I was going to say, shouldn't Declare be playing the king on this trick? So spade lead, not that much of a success. Looks like Declare is going to have absolutely no trouble. ATN thinks that maybe Martel was the one who was trying to show a very minimum hand in this auction. No surprise there. Fleischer not even bothering with a leading a low spade at this trick. He knew declare with stuck in the 10. Armin says, please explain the imp bonus for vulnerable game. Well, I'm just saying that if you bid a game and make it, you get a bonus to the number of points you score. Vulnerable, you get 500 points. And the imp scale rewards you for bidding to games or bidding to slams. Like, making an extra trick in a part score contract is only going to gain you 1 imp, whereas bidding to a game that makes non-vulnerable will gain you 6 imps, but vulnerable is going to gain you 10. So you see all the imp scores on the scorecard over here to the right, like the US pair ended up winning 2 imps on board 1 for being a little bit better judgment in the part score. Switzerland won 1 imp on board 2 for scoring an over trick, but in the same slam contract. And then the US pair won 3 imps on board 5 for the extra under trick in 4 spades that they were able to take in the other room. But if 4 spades had made on board 5, the US would have won 13 imps. So that's kind of the reason why Chip Martel, maybe a little bit aggressive with his 5 count here, decided to go in search of the vulnerable game, hoping to win 13 imps. I haven't exactly been following the defense on this hand, but Martel probably has a somewhat important job, which is likely going to be to keep all of his diamonds and hearts. Like, I think he might throw... Oh, he throws a heart. I was going to say, I think he might throw a spade here, that maybe depending on what he thinks is going on the hand. Okay, he does throw a spade. Thank you, operator. I wasn't going to badmouth Martel, but now that it's clear he does throw a spade, the important thing is West doesn't really need to guess the spade suit. He knows what's going on in spades. He might have to guess which red suit finesses to take for overtrick. So if Martel pitches from hearts or diamonds, it's going to make Declare's life a little bit easier on that club. So Declare takes a heart finesse. Now is either thinking or about to claim. Wait for it. So diamond to the jack, spade. Oh, is partner showing out on this trick? Wow, so Martel's spade pitch, I mean, I didn't actually see. Did Declare throw a spade? Declare threw a heart, then a diamond. Yeah, Martel's spade pitch meant that West could have pitched a diamond here and then unblocked the 10 of spades. Maybe he did. Actually, maybe he did unblock the 10 of spades, and the operator just got it wrong. But 11 tricks on that one. So push board, on to board 7. Yeah, it's just normal imp scoring. I mean, I have no idea. I get comments from all skill levels of players. I'm happy to answer basically anything. But yeah, it's just normal imp scoring. Nothing special. BT4s on Twitch says, bidding a vulnerable game makes sense if it's something like a 40% chance of making. The break-even point is basically 3/8 of making. So if you can bid to a vulnerable game that's better than 37.5%, you're going to gain imps. And if you bid to a vulnerable game that's worse than 37.5%, you're going to lose imps. But this is all like from a pure mathematical standpoint, right? Sometimes there's psychological factors as well, where if you're playing against opponents who are less likely to defend well, then you can bid to worse games and increase your chances of winning the match because they might give you a game that otherwise wouldn't have made. But yeah, if you're talking just mathematics, then 40% is a good number to keep in mind, but it's actually a little bit lower than that for vulnerable games. So we open a club as South, and we've kind of seen this one club opener before. Board 5 could have a variety of hand types, like Fleischer has a 5-card major there. So it could be based on a hand that just is a normal one club opener, could be 18 to 19 balanced. So they stick a bunch of things in there. A spade by West, 2 clubs by North in competition. Always hard to try and read the convention card on these things. I mean, it got alerted. And yeah, I was going to guess that it might have been like a limit raise. Bit of an aggressive limit raise. 4 trumps, 9 count, but small doubleton in the opponent's spade suit. Fleischer not well known for his conservative style. He is very aggressive. If anyone's familiar with American Bridge or who's played against him in some international competitions, he is a very aggressive bidder. And so West overcalling a spade, our partner bid 2 clubs, East bidding 4 spades, we bid to 5 clubs. Looks like it's going to come down to the heart finesse. Funnily enough, 5 diamonds appears to be the best game. 5 diamonds would... Okay, hold on. Let me amend my statement on this, because 3-1 club splits can doom 5 diamonds. I mean, obviously 4-1 diamond splits can doom 5 clubs some of the time. Etienne says there's a low chance of isolating the spade menace. Yeah, that 3 of spades probably not going to stand up as a threat card too often. I don't know. Would people rather be in 5 diamonds or 5 clubs if they could see both of these hands together? I'm tempted to say 5 diamonds on this auction. But it's very close. Did I oversleep for the first segment, or did I get some well-deserved rest? It was one of those 2, yes, I'm pretty sure. West is the overcaller. Diamond switch to the ace. All right, Chip Martell, got to avoid the 4-1 diamond break. I like the 10 of clubs play. I was going to say I really hope that he tries the 10 of clubs. Again, this is kind of like I'm faking taking a club finesse. So this might avoid a diamond ruff if the diamonds were actually 4-1. Well, clubs 2-2. Now we do have to sit back and see about the diamond hook. This does mean 5 diamonds is making, though. Oh! Heart hook was offside. Wow, West had a lot of spades. West had a lot of those spade honors over there for the 1 spade overcall. Ace, king, queen, jack, 5th. Well, both tables missing out on the minor suit game, which would have made. And that means push forward. So lots of pushes. Not too much action so far in this set, although US has maintained a little bit of a lead. Fourth seat, we have a 9 count, 5-card heart suit. Not really the position we want to be in, 4th seat with this type of hand. Oh my. West just opens 3 spades in front of us. I was going to say it's going to be hard for us to come in unless the auction's below 1 heart by the time it gets to us. Well, 3 spade opener, 2 passes come around to us. Martel elects not to balance. I know some players who might be tempted to balance. Ewan says, credit to East-West for the spade preemption on the last hand for making 5 diamonds an impossible contract to find. Yeah, if South was able to reverse in clubs and diamonds, North might have hit on the fact that we should be playing the 4 forfeit rather than the 5 forfeit. It's possible. One Trick Wonders, as Fleischer thought for a moment, so makes balancing a little harder. I mean, that's not so much of a big deal behind screens, I don't think. You have no idea who's balancing, East, or who's thinking. East could have been the one thinking. Club lead to the ace. What if Martel had bid 4-0 over 2 clubs? Yeah, good question. Good question. I think, though, from Martel's perspective, he might have expected North to have a little bit of a better club suit for the 2 club bid. He wasn't really expecting 4 small. And if he was in a 5-5 club fit, then there really wouldn't be any reason to go searching for a different strain. Well, partner's jack of clubs went to the ace, a club came back, and West won the king. Jack of clubs Rusno, so partner does get the queen of clubs. We've gotten the ace of hearts. That's 3 tricks. I am struggling to find extra tricks for our side. Okay, that's good news for us. Declare flying the ace of diamonds. Taking a spade hook into our partner's queen. This is all going quite well. Now, as long as partner can exit a club, I think what's going on is partner... Oh, never mind. I was going to say, I think what's going on is we actually have the jack of hearts as a trick. Hopefully partner has the ace of spades. Fingers crossed. No? Hopefully partner has the king of spades. All right. Partner had king, queen, third. Perfect. We did beat the contract. Yeah, so Declare could have made this, and had they won the king of clubs and then taken an immediate diamond finesse to pitch their club loser. I'm a little surprised they didn't. Is it really less likely for the diamond hook to win? It's basically 50-50 than for South to have either the king, queen of spades or honor doubleton specifically? I don't know. The percentages feel somewhat close to me, but it's not to me to work out. That's for the players. Either way, Brink ends up going down in 3 spades. Possibly a push result in the other room, 3 spades down 1, maybe a similar chance. You are going down more than 1 if you take the finesse, and so those imps do matter. Yep, good point. Good point. Well, we're halfway through the set. Very low scoring affair. 5-1 in favor of USA 2. Which is not what they need to come back in the match. And this could be... Yeah, it could be tough down the stretch with Zimmerman being out for both of the final 2 segments, but USA is going to be happy to gain a little bit of momentum if they win this set. Spade by North, 2 hearts by South, 2 spades by North. Showing 6, according to Al Hollander, who I trust with my life. 3 hearts by South. Aaron Silverstein says that these results are a board on the floor, because it's not really what we need when we're behind by 40 plus imps. We could see the local club auction of a spade, 2 hearts, 2 spades, 3 hearts, 3 spades, 4 hearts. I call it the local club auction because sometimes players will pick up a hand and just insist on bidding their own suit over and over again. But this seems like a reasonable try from South here. I mean, this is a heart suit that is happy to play opposite a singleton or void, so even though partner is suggesting a spade suit that probably plays well opposite our hand, Chip Martell has decided that he wants the lead coming into him rather than the lead going into partner. Yeah, Michael wonders if there's a way for South to make a choice of games bid. You know, are you interested in playing in spades or are you interested in playing in hearts? That would have been perfect on this hand because Fleischer probably already felt he'd showed a spade suit and he would know it doesn't play very well opposite a singleton, whereas he hasn't shown his singleton heart support yet. ATN says the best spot was probably 3-0 by North. Yeah, a club lead could make 3-0 a little bit difficult. I mean, no guarantee that they would find that lead. Or a spade lead, maybe, in a diamond switch. But yeah, 3-0 by North has some chances. I think Martel is going to be very happy playing in 4 hearts. So heart to the jack holds. Ace of hearts. That 9 of hearts from East actually is going to make Declare rather happy. I mean, now we're just playing for over tricks. The most sensible attempt is probably to try and set up the spades for some over tricks. So he does go after the spade suit, spade to the king. Oh, I see what you're saying, Ewan. I didn't even realize that an alternative line of play would have been to try and ruff a club and dummy. I think you start getting tangled up a little bit too much. Like, this is a club suit that we could easily pick up for no losers without roughing the suit out, and we don't want to risk a bad 5-2 club split where the opponents just start cross-roughing against us. So does the club hook work, and does the queen fall? Or queen of clubs is offside, but still 11 tricks for Declare. Gonna be pretty happy with that result, I have to imagine. And one more imp going the way of USA 2, where the other table got to 4 hearts as well, but ended up not taking as many tricks. Only 10 tricks. Yeah, ATN makes the good point as well that once that diamond hook wins at trick 1, Declare can just more or less count 5 trumps, 2 diamonds, and 3 clubs. Ah, good point, Michael. Yeah, this is kind of funny. You have, with a 6-card club suit, normally when you're trying to guess a queen, you're going to want to guess to finesse the opponent who's longer in that suit for the queen, just because by missing cards, they're more likely to have the queen. But here, if we're trying to take 4 club tricks with this holding, the only way to do so is if we finesse through a queen 3rd, because we don't have the ability to finesse twice through an opponent with queen 4th. So here, if Martel had worked out that East had 3 clubs, which maybe he did, maybe he didn't, then his best bet to take 4 club tricks is play low to the ace, low to the jack, and then cash the king, hoping East started with queen 3rd, which would have worked. All right, board 10. So East opens a diamond. Martel not getting involved with short diamonds and a decent 5-card club suit. I definitely know players who have overcalled 2 clubs with the south hand. I know players who have made a takeout double, trying to get the major suits in the picture as well, especially spades. But Martel deciding to be a little bit more conservative. Some of that might be due to the fact that he's playing with such an aggressive partner that if he starts being a little bit light for some of his calls, they can easily get overboard. So he passes, we get to sit back and watch what the opponents are doing. Diamond, a heart, and a spade are all natural so far, and the jump to 3 hearts is... Let me see if I can figure out what's going on. Nope, I'm at a loss, and Al appears to have left the building. So I'm completely in the dark as to what 3 hearts meant. ATN says that maybe if North had already passed, then South might have come in, presumably with 2 clubs then for the opening lead. That makes sense. Skullbriar says 3 hearts is natural but forcing. Thank you. I trust chat's bidding observations with my life, so hopefully you're right about that. I'm guessing that you probably are. Nova Poker Player says, I like overcalling a 5-card minor less when I have a 4-card major. It's true that if we overcall 2 clubs, it's possible that we miss out on a spade fit. Like, imagine our partner is, say, 5, 2, 3, 3. Then we bid 2 clubs, West makes a negative double, our partner decides not to bid 2 spades because they don't have enough values and they just raise us to 3 clubs, we miss out on a 5-4 spade fit. Yeah? So, okay, Al is back. Al is back. He also agrees that 3 hearts is just game forcing and natural, which I have to believe means 3 spades is likely to be a oh. 3 spades might have been a serious slam try. Or it might have just been a generic Q-bid. I'm not entirely sure, but their convention card for East-West say they play serious 3-no trump. I think 3 spades was in support of hearts. It sounds to me as if West is showing a hand with just like long natural hearts that is setting trumps. So while 3-no might have been a potential offer to play, or it might be used as a potential offer to play, I think it's more likely that East bids are all in support of hearts from here. So East with a really bad hand probably would have had to bid 4 hearts, and 3 spades shows some life at the very least. 4 hearts by West, quick sign off. East thinking once again though. What if East has 4-1, 5-3 with 3 small clubs? I think East probably would have bid 4 hearts. That's my guess. I mean, I'm not really sure what their system is. But if 3 hearts is natural and forcing, and by inference slamish, because West didn't just jump to 4 hearts directly, then I think East has to just treat it as a game forcing hand with hearts. Skullbriar says, East could be void in diamonds. That is unbelievable. I'm going to disagree with that. I don't know, I'm looking at their convention card and 1 diamond is 5 or more diamonds. So, I mean, or a 4x1. So I'm pretty sure that there's no way East can be void in diamonds. You know they play 3 spades most often as pick the best strain. Got it. Oh, void in hearts, void in hearts. Yeah, East could definitely be void in hearts. I agree with that. I mean, maybe 3-no would show a heart void. Possible. I'm pretty sure if East had a singleton heart, East would just bid 4 hearts, though. That's my guess. Like, if West had a hand that was more flexible, I don't think West would take up all this bidding room with a game-forcing hand. West would just go through 4th suit forcing 2 clubs and then rebid hearts to show a less than solid heart suit. But that's my thinking. Again, I don't really know their system. I'm just talking from experience with bidding theory. And I mean, these are the things that Chip Martell also needs to be thinking about, right? Because he probably also doesn't know 100% of what their bids mean and all of the nuances about different decisions here. So he's going to be wondering, well, why did West bid 3 hearts rather than go through 2 clubs? he's going to have the added benefit that we don't, where he can effectively ask West questions and say, hey, you know, you didn't make this bid, what would this bid have meant? One Trick Wonder says, I guess we can rule out that three spades was non-serious. On their card, it says that their serious slam try is 3 no trump. So I don't think three spades ever would have been non-serious. And because it hadn't bypassed 3 no trump, East could have a whole variety of hand types. This leap to 4 hearts and long tank by East, though, does suggest that East has a very good hand. But he might be uncomfortable bidding over 4 hearts because, I mean, like, looking at our hand, I think we might be fairly confident in being able to pick what East's hand looks like. And I think ATN might have been spot on. East is very likely to be 4-1-5-3 without a club control. So East probably has like almost all the missing cards. I mean, East might be even 4-2-5-2, I guess. Possible. With a Doubleton club. But East probably has something like the stiff Queen of Hearts, the Ace King or Ace Jack of Spades, the Ace King, Jack of Diamonds, you know, some excellent hand like this, where he figures, hey, if partner has clubs controlled, we're going to make a slam most of the time. And if partner doesn't have club control, then we could easily be off the first 3 club tricks. So it's a little bit risky to move past 4 hearts with that type of hand. He might wonder if 5 diamonds is a control agreeing hearts. I really think that that hearts is set as trump. But yeah, I mean, again, they would have better agreements than this. We're kind of speculating system-wise, but they would have talked about when hearts is agreed as trump in this type of auction and when it isn't. I would hope they know their system well. They've been playing together for a long time. So we'll see if East trots out, say, a 5 diamond bid. He's going to be... key card is not going to do what he wants right now. We can be fairly confident that East is off of club control. So really all he's going to be thinking about is, do I have 5 level safety? Like, do I have 5 level safety often enough? And is it possible that partner has bypassed a club control with a hand where I can make slam? Like, even if West has, say, a singleton club over there, okay, 5 hearts it is. Now the decision's to West. So what is 5 hearts asking about? Normally in these auctions, 5 hearts would be asking about good trumps. And 5 hearts is where they stop. We'll have to see if that's what West hand looks like. I mean, you can kind of piece together what certain bids mean in slam going auctions based on what other bids clearly mean. 5 diamonds, 100%. Do you have a club control? No question about it. So I think that would be the start. Or maybe 4 spades or 4 no trump would be effectively asking that because it would be forcing partner to Q-bid, whichever one of those was not key card. So if we have a way to effectively ask for basically any control that we're lacking from the East seat, then what's the last thing we want to ask for? It's, do we have good trumps? Wow. I am shocked that Driver was thinking so long. This does not look like a hand where I would be tempted to move over 4 hearts, but I guess we'll have to see if he's right. I mean, we give West king, queen, jack, 6th of hearts, the ace of diamonds. We're getting close. If the diamond suit comes home, I mean, we would be able to count 12 tricks if we have 6 hearts, 5 diamonds, and the ace of spades. So all it really would be is about a club control. But 3 small clubs, I would be very worried about ace, king of clubs and a club ruff. Yeah, I think he had to have 3 small clubs. There's no other... There's nothing else that I would understand on this auction. Wow! So big result going the way of USA 2 here. They did bid to 6 hearts in the other room, east-west, and I'm afraid we can't pull off the auction because sadly that will spoil some of the results of later boards. But nice result for them, 13 big imps being picked up for the vulnerable slam swing. I have to admit, I think East-West weren't really on the same page at some point in this auction, because West has a hand where I think bidding key card makes a lot of sense, or where West could have Q-bid at the very least over 3 spades on his way to 4 hearts. I don't know. It seems like a big slip, but USA 2 has pulled back within 30. They're down 28, but a nice set so far for them. Michael giving a potential auction to reach 6 hearts from east-west there on the previous board. All right, Chip Martell here. We got 6-5 in the majors. Really nice hand. So opens a heart, gets a semi-forcing no trump from his partner. I think it's semi-forcing. Just gonna clarify that they mostly play generic 2/1. They do. So 1 no, semi-forcing. I expect him to rebid 2 hearts with the south hand. I'm actually very familiar with this type of style where you have 5-6 and you open your 6-card suit. I've been doing it quite a long time, even with 5-card majors, 6-card minors. And it seems to be the case that rebidding your 6-card suit is just better. Yes, you can lose a spade fit here. Yeah, that sucks, but you always want to be playing in your longer suit. Like if you open a spade and rebid 2 hearts with this type of hand, you're frequently going to end up playing a 5-2 spade fit as opposed to a 6-3 heart fit. And that's no good. Okay, so partner bids 2 spades, which is obviously not natural. I think we start off with that presumption. So what is 2 spades in this auction? I think we're about to find out, but this is one of these quote-unquote impossible spade bids. And if the auction had gone a heart, a no trump, 2 of a minor, 2 spades with North having not bid 1 spade originally, it can't show spades, so it would have to show good support for opener's minor. Well, here, South hasn't rebid a minor. Okay, there we go. We do get an explanation. And I was going to say that South can't really have heart support either. So this is a way that, like, if you get an unusual bid from your partner, you can kind of like start to work through what the possibilities are. So our partner can't have spades, right? They didn't start with a spade. They can't have heart support. They would have raised 2 hearts to 3, or maybe raised 2 hearts to 4 if they had something like a 3-card limit raise. So this must be a hand that has something to do with the minor suits. But conventional agreement, we would have to figure out a little bit more based on asking them questions about their system. But Chip Martell passes 2 spades doubled back around. This would be a hilarious way to score up a game. 2 spades doubled passes out, and North might think that he's in a 4-3 fit and hoping to make the contract, but ends up in a 5-3 fit. All right, so with 2 spades showing both minors and an invite, partner balanced with 3 clubs. He presumably could have balanced with 2 now if he's equal length, so he's got to have longer clubs than diamonds. But with Chip Martell having a club void, a diamond doubleton corrects to 3 diamonds. Yeah, Michael suggests that it might be possible to use this to show a hand with like a good doubleton heart and support. But I think a lot of the time that hand is just easy enough to show with a 3-heart raise. Well, spade opening lead. Greg says, can't believe Marty didn't want to be dummy in 2 spades doubled. See, where you're wrong here is that Marty would not have been the dummy in that auction. Marty would have accidentally walked into the 5-1 fit. Okay, good defense for East-West. Tapping out North's hand. I mean, if West had, for example, just switched to trumps here, Declare probably would have been happy to attempt pulling trumps and then try and set up the club suit. Would have made the contract against 3-3 diamond breaks, or, you know, potentially on some other layouts as well. Now that the defense haven't pulled trumps, Declare has some sensible options. He could try and cross-ruff the hand. He could try and set up clubs for a discard. He could try and take any number of finesses. Heart finesse, the roughing finesse and clubs. We'll see what he goes with. So he does take the roughing hook and clubs, setting up the suit. Michael thinks that North's hand with ace, queen, jack, 10, 6th in clubs, and queen, 5th of diamonds would rather have just suggested it as a club single suitor. Yeah, that could have been an alternative. West might be feeling a little bit end-played at this point. I mean, if West started with queen doubleton of spades, which seems fairly likely, then West's options here are to return a club, which is just going to give Declare a club trick and an extra entry to dummy. Return a trump, which might blow up a trump trick. He doesn't know what's going on in the trump suit. Or return a heart into Declare's tennis, which again, he doesn't know that Declare has the ace-queen, but West could easily be sitting over there on the king of hearts, have a pretty good guess as to what's going on. Club looks like the only safe play from West's seat. It does cost a tempo, but yeah, he does eventually decide to return a club here. And costing a tempo isn't so bad. Declare was pitching hearts from hand. He knows that Declare pitching hearts is not necessarily going to get him up to 9 tricks. So Martel has a little bit of a guess here. We saw that 8 of clubs dropping from East, and it might have been necessary to stick in the 7 here if East was out, because otherwise West still has the 9 of clubs remaining. Wow, East was out. And Martel might have just missed an opportunity to make this contract, actually. If he had stuck on the 7, and it was ruffed with the 10, he could overruff with the ace and lead a diamond up to the queen. He may well have made it. Yeah, sure, Michael. If you want to join for set 3, happy to have you. I think we're going to stick with Bermuda Bowl, and we'll probably watch whichever match is closer. I know that Vugraph hasn't been officially announced for it yet, so they're probably going to put up whichever match is closest for this next set. Just think of how great things would be if all of those clubs were good and dummy right now. Can we do another single dummy? Maybe. I know that everyone from the BBO audience was interested in watching all 4 hands, but I can put up another poll and ask people to vote. We can try that. Would it be better if I polled and put up the poll on screen so that people felt more pressure to vote? And so that it would look like one of the US elections, which is all just nonsense. No politics, but but you have just like plastered on every news channel, like this percentage vote for this candidate, this percentage vote for this candidate, and they update in real time. Okay, right now the matches are Italy and Switzerland both up by 28, so we have no idea. Make it not anonymous. I don't think that I can. I don't think I can. Everyone's predictions for the winner shows up in chat, though. So I know who you are. All of you, let's see, was it 1s or 2s? All of you 2s in chat that voted for Switzerland, I see you. Well, Declare is going to come to 2 more tricks. If he taps the dummy with a spade, South's ace of hearts will still be a trick after throwing West in with a club. Unfortunately, if all these clubs were good, Declare would have made the contract, but not today. 8 tricks, push board. The other table did reach the 3 club contract, as Michael pointed out, that North decided to just play in his single-suited club hand. I'm curious. I'm going to take a quick look at the double dummy from here on the 6 of clubs return. If Declare had stuck in the 7 of clubs, not good enough. Not good enough. So I don't know what it would have taken from the defense to beat the contract if the 7 clubs held, because the end position that was reached, Declare would have made it if all those clubs were good in the dummy. But 3 diamonds down 1, 3 clubs down 1. Armin asks, are they playing with screens or on tablets? They're bidding on tablets. They are sitting at the same table behind screens, but the bidding takes place on tablets, and then they play the cards not on tablets. They're using actual cards to play the hands. Michael says just, the normal balance 20 count that you have when the opponents open the bidding. So we'll get to see how Chip Martell is able to convince his partner that he has a lot of points. 1 no by West is, let me try and pull up the opening range so we're aware. 9 to 12. All right, so 9 to 12, no trump. Pass, pass, we get to balance with a double. Wow. Well, we're defending a no trump doubled on this hand, which Martell is going to be thrilled about, I think. I mean, he has 6 quick tricks, but of course partner's not going to be completely broke over there, or partner might have done something. Partner might have run to escape the penalty and 1 no double. Probably not, though. Probably not. I think it's very possible that our partner could be just a balanced Yarborough and figure that the penalty is going to be worse if he runs and East ends up doubling with these vulnerabilities. The spade opening lead, not exactly what we were hoping for as South. So Declare able to win the spade queen. Shoots off the king of clubs. So something Martell is going to be thinking about throughout this hand is, first off, can my side make a game, right? So it's not just going to be about him trying to score plus 100 against 1 no doubled. He's going to do his best to collect as large a penalty as possible against this contract, because he might be worried about making up for a potential 600 his way or 620. All right, 2 clubs are in. It's a little bit iffy as to whether or not we want to try and cash out. If partner's 10 of spades lead, which could have been from 10 doubleton, it might be an unusual lead from 10 doubleton, but if it was, West has 4 more spades and the queen of clubs to take, and if we just passively exit the 10 of clubs, he might make the contract from here. Okay. Hey, Sam. Well, Chip Martell decides that partner's 10 doubleton of spades was very unlikely, so he just sets up another club trick. I think this is a sensible plan. I was going to say that even if we end up cashing 4 heart tricks, which I think is fairly likely, South might have been in the business for getting a little bit greedy and maybe leading a low diamond, potentially, hoping that our partner had the jack. Yeah, we do have 7 assured defensive tricks now, with 3 more hearts, 1 club, and 2 diamonds, unless West started with 5 spades. So I think we're about to find out. Ace of spades. And partner follows! Great. Great, great, great. Well, now the last question is, do the hearts run? I think they do. I suppose you could say last question is, does partner have Jack Doubleton of hearts, right? Because it looks like partner started with 4 spades, West started with 3 of them, West started with 4 clubs, and we might need to decide, because if we go ace, king, queen of hearts, we could be setting up West's 9. Well, declare is following with the 9, with the club when we cash the 9, right? Okay, Martel does cash out. 309 more imps going the way of USA 2. Other room, they got to 4 hearts, north-south. Once again, not gonna be baited into clicking over to the other table and see the auction, because that would expose some of the subsequent scores. But that picks up 9 imps for the US squad. We are back within 20. It's only a 19 imp gap between the 2 teams. So pass by north, a heart by east. We're gonna see if Martel wants to come in now. We had the supposition that with Fleischer being a passed hand, Martel might be a little bit more aggressive with his overcalls. Yeah, Michael, good call. Chip Martel could have cashed his second diamond to confirm that there wasn't enough room in West's hand for 4 hearts as well. Yep. Who's playing in the other room? It is Brad Moss and Joe Grew, sitting east-west for the US team, and they're up against Klukowski and Kalita for Switzerland. Zimmerman is out for the remainder of the event. And I think this is going to be Fleischer's last set as well. So 1 heart by east. Martel does make, maybe a little bit of an aggressive 2 diamond bid. The whole event? Okay, just for today. How about that correction, Ollie? Way to call me out. English is like a hard language. So 2 diamonds by south, 3 diamonds by north. And West has to decide what to do. What is this 2 spade bid, by the way? No idea what the 2 spade bid is from West. Michael doesn't like the pass of 3 diamonds. I mean, partner's a passed hand. Yes, you might be able to make a game. Oh, Michael's going the other way, that you think the opponents are making 4 of a major, and you want to deprive them of a cubid with 4 diamonds. I'm not so certain that the opponents are actually planning to bid 4 of a major. I think their best fit is clubs. Yeah, queen third of spades doesn't look great in front of the spade bidder. PGS, no spoilers. No spoilers. Sorry, I'm too slow to be able to time you out for less than 10 minutes, but you'll be back, I'm sure. Apologies for the timeout. Okay, two spades was clubs. Thank you. I'm really wishing that Al Hollander would come back to give us all of the info about what the east-west bids mean. That would be helpful. Oh, it was the last hand? Sorry. Apologies, PGS, then. But I'm busy. This is why I need more mods. I need more mods to manage this stuff for me. Yeah, I can time people out for as little as 1 second, but then I have to untime out PGS 58. There we go. Done. So east-west have a club fit. We obviously have a diamond fit. We're pretty happy about it. It is... Won't comment again. I'm just trying to avoid spoilers. I don't know what spoilers are, so I'm just like timing out anything that looks like a result from the other table. I'm trigger happy today. I got all of my rest, went to the gym this morning. I'm feeling very refreshed. I'm like the Motion Picture Association with copyright strikes. Looks like a bridge result, insta ban. Yeah. Long think by West here in this auction. I wonder if I wonder if West is really thinking about bidding 5 clubs. If West bids 5 clubs here, it kind of feels like West has may have made the incorrect call the first point in the auction, because 2 spades supposedly is like non-forcing with clubs. West could bid 3 clubs to show a big hand. Ewan, confident that the only reason I get there before him is because of the lag. Michael, what you really need to do is, no, you probably shouldn't do this, but go over there and let everyone know in the chat that, that with the 10-hour countdown, they should come over here and hang out. I'm gonna get like thousands of people coming in being like, what is this game? I still don't have an exclamation point bridge command, which I need to make for a bunch of newer viewers. Okay, East-West have stopped in 4 clubs. I mean, as South, I might be a little bit sad about the way this auction petered out, that maybe 4 diamonds was actually a making contract. We could lose a part score swing here, or that it's possible that the opponents, you know, somehow magically arrived in the right spot. It's also possible that 3 no is making, or 4 hearts, potentially. Am I calling stuff out for being at the beach, not in front of your PC on Twitch? Yeah, I think Greg is calling you out for that. I think that's exactly what's happening. Man, partner turning up with the King of Hearts is a bad card for us as well. Because ace fourth opposite king doubleton means we had no losers in a diamond contract. Potentially. I mean, they could have pulled trumps against us, but... Well, we're in with the ace of hearts, and now... Interesting spot here. I mean, it looks like we don't want to play back a spade. That could definitely blow a trick. A diamond might give a rough slough. Oop. Spade goes back. Does kind of blow a trick. Runs into declares jack. So now heart ruff, over ruffed. Down one. But 5 imps going the way of Switzerland, so they're making the comeback. 3 boards to go in the set. Other table's result was 3 no trump in the west going down one. Looks like... What? Oh my god, the 4-0 club split. Oh, this is... What a disaster. Man, the US was doing so well. They got all the way up to 3-0 on these cards with what looks like just 9 rippers. 6 clubs, the ace of diamonds, and the ace king of spades. But on a diamond opening lead... West doesn't have the benefit to test a club first. And so the only way to make 3-0 after a diamond lead would be to play an immediate club to the 10. That hurts because Switzerland missed 3-0 in this room, but they got a little bit lucky. You do have to get lucky to win these matches sometimes. Fortunately, 4 clubs did go down at this table. So held the loss to just 5. Just take the first round club finesse, Kappa. Exactly. Well, this hand we had a pretty nice collection until East opened a diamond in front of us. Remember that a diamond is basically 5 always. It's either 5 or it's some 4 by 1. Was 3 no trump doubled? No, it was undoubled but down 3 in the other room. So diamond to spade, Fleischer overcalls 2 clubs, and I wonder stylistically, since I've kind of mentioned many times throughout this segment that Fleischer is a very aggressive player, I wonder if Fleischer could have as little as ace queen 6 than out in clubs, and 2 clubs is more or less just a generic lead direct. So 3 hearts by East looks like a big spade raise. Yeah, what do we do as South? I mean, this... We know that our diamonds are no good, because East has 5 diamonds. Or, you know, maybe a 4 by 1. But regardless, East has long diamonds. Our partner is obviously short in that suit. And depending on how weak the 2-club bid could be, we might not even be making anything our way. So Martel does pass. I think this probably speaks to the fact that Martel is very likely to believe Fleischer could have as bad as like ace queen 6 of clubs and nothing else for his bid here. Trump opening lead is probably good. Michael not too happy with the pass. Then again, Michael hasn't played with Marty. I mean, I also haven't played with Marty, but I've played against him enough that I know how aggressive he is, and Chip Martel obviously also does. So Queen of Clubs, Chip plays the king, probably so he can return a second trump. Usually watch the other table when Marty is in, so you don't have to face palm whenever Marty sticks a preempt on the table. That does help your sanity a little bit sometimes. He's a nice, friendly guy, though. Marty Fleischer is definitely one of the more amicable sponsors. Well, I think we've done a pretty good job of trying our best to prevent the impending cross ruff. From here, the question is mostly just going to be, once we're down to only red suits, how do we plan on exiting from our hand? I wonder if Martel is going to do something like switch to the Queen of Hearts or a low heart if he gets in. That's a sad story, Michael. Marty in some ways does remind me of a excited child when he gets to play bridge. He's just so happy about being able to bid all the time and all these new conventions and ideas. All right, heart comes back. We do have a safe Jack of Clubs exit, at least for the time being. And I guess conveniently, if we end up being left on lead on this trick, we would be able to cash the ace of diamonds and at least beat the contract by 1. But playing the 4 of diamonds here is... Wow. Okay, hold on. Is Chip Martel trying to tell... I mean, maybe the VuGraph operator got it wrong. That he actually did cover. Partner had the 6. Partner did have the 6. Well, a couple of part score swings going the way of Switzerland down the stretch. The lead is back up to 30 overall in the match. A 3 spades making on that hand is a nice result for them. They ended up just losing 2 hearts and 2 clubs with the trumps breaking. And 3 diamonds making 3 in the other room despite the 5-0 trump split. So 2 boards to go in this set, and then we're going to have 16 more boards to decide who moves on to the gold medal match and who gets kicked down to the bronze medal match for tomorrow. West no trump opener, I think is, let's see, I'm sure I'm going to be able to figure this out. 12 to 14. So Marty doubles because it worked out so well last time. And now East-West are going to have to figure out if they're running. So East runs to 2 hearts, normally a 5-card suit. Although we have seen some pairs play transfers over these weak no-trumps and penalty sequences. You miss out on the opportunity to play in 2 clubs, which I think is a big minus. So double by South takeout of hearts, and North balances with 3 no trump, gives it a shot. Vulnerable games, we talked about them earlier, they're worth extra imps if you can make them. Okay, so Michael says on the previous board, make sure that you clarify, board 14, not this board, East opened a strong no trump with that singleton queen of clubs in the other room. And so that's how North-South ended up getting to 3 diamonds. South just stuck 3 diamonds in immediately. So we're the dummy. Our partner's hand will be face up on the table once the first trick concludes. Heart to the king. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This contract does not have a lot of play. The diamonds are even such that there's no layout of the diamond suit we can pick up for enough tricks. And I mean, even when they run the hearts, we're still in trouble as declarer on this one. I mean, what even is our hope? We would need like King Jack doubleton of clubs with West. Michael says, wonder if they had a mix-up about the double of 2 hearts. Maybe. Okay. Steph says whacking them in 2 hearts would have been a pretty good result. I mean, it probably would have been a positive score. It might not necessarily have been a good result. But going plus on this hand seems like it would have worked out better. Still, Spade coming back, I mean, this obviously cuts communications for declare. Like, you can still make this contract if you play all out for things to be working. King Jack doubleton of clubs, singleton king of diamonds, gives you all the entries you need. You're going to make with an over trick. Ace of spades, club to the queen, ace of clubs, ace of diamonds. Steph says he thinks Marty just wanted to be a gangster. Diamond to the queen and king. Very strange, I think, that Declare would not have cashed a second spade. Like, imagine if... Oh my. Queen of Hearts. Whoa! I think the hearts are blocked. This is still not good news for Declare, though. He really needed to... He really needed to cash a second spade to pitch that heart loser. Because now if the diamonds were 2-2, Declare would just be able to make the contract from here, assuming West has the club king. Can West have the club king? Maybe West can't have the club king for his 9-12. Yeah, see here, if Declare is able to guess the diamond suit, then he's still going to have to lead away from the ace-queen of clubs in the end. Oof. So a bit of a disaster for Declare down the stretch here. He escapes for down 1. But still, with the other room not being tempted to look for the no-trump game, Switzerland's still not under the impression that vulnerable games give imp bonuses. That cost him 6 imps. So US was having a massive set, almost pitching the shutout against Switzerland, and then these last 3 boards come in. All a bunch of part score decisions, I guess. Zapsnuff says Norway is doing great catching up against Italy. Yeah, we will check out the results of the other set. Yeah, Michael says cash 2 spades and lead a diamond toward the 10. I mean, I think that would have been my line. Now, I don't know if I would have played a diamond to the ace or a diamond to the 10, but that has to be the line of play, right? When we get to this position and a spade comes back, you can see as Declare that if you just run this round to the spade queen and play a diamond to the queen, nothing works for you. So, like, even if Fleischer got super lucky and the opponents, like, the hearts were blocked as they were, and the opponents, like, West gets kind of end played here, not cashing the second spade prevented him from scoring enough tricks. He was always getting thrown in. So he really needed to cash 2 spades pitching a heart, which I think I'm going to go with should be fairly automatic. But then you lead a diamond, and you have to set up the diamond suit. As long as you can throw West in diamonds, you'll be okay. Because then West will either have to cash a heart, you can shed your club loser, and all your diamonds are good, or West will have to exit a diamond, which is totally fine. You've now, you know, like, gotten a second spade trick in. It's just counting to 9, I guess. I think Declare may have miscounted and counted to only 8 tricks. So last board of the set, club by north, heart overcall from east, 3 diamonds from south. Looks like it is natural and forcing. Oh, good point. Yeah, I'm sorry. Al Hollander is here to help save the day. Thank you. 3 diamonds, ask opener to bid 3 now. Which is kind of nice on these hands with ace third of hearts. You can protect partner's queen doubleton, or maybe even jack doubleton sometimes. So spade opening lead to the 10. Let's take a look at partner's hand once he plays to the first trick. Oh, or not. We don't get to see any of the play. 13 tricks made, spade lead away from the ace, and that's going to be 1 into the US. Looks like North-South had the potential to make a club slam with the diamonds splitting. North's king of spades being protected from the opening lead. But with that being the last board of the segment, USA did win the set, making a little bit of a comeback. So congrats to all the USA bettors here. And let's pull up the segment results. So after segment 5, we have Switzerland over USA, still leading by, what is this, 35? So US has picked up a little bit, but not quite enough. Norway and Italy a little bit closer. That's probably the match that we will end up watching. I am going to now put up a poll where we can see single, dummy, double, dummy for segment 6. So if you're on BBO and watching, then you'll have to vote by either messaging me or type in the BBO chat. If you're on YouTube, you can type your response in the YouTube chat. I guess I will give this 10 minutes, and on Twitch, obviously, you can vote. And of course, you can take advantage of the system and go to all of my streams and type in the type in the chat there. Let's get rid of the spoilers text. Pop is my cat says double dummy. Well, cast your vote. Cast your vote on Twitch in the poll. Should have popped up by now. And I actually don't know if BBO keeps the stream up in the middle or in between segments. Single, dummy, Bakke, or Donati. Yeah, so the match that we're going to be watching is Norway against Italy. I suspect Switzerland USA 2 is going to get pulled. We got to vote for double dummy. Yeah, and Michael, I will fire up Discord and join you in a few minutes. Glad to have some help. So I think we're going to have Ewan joining me tomorrow for the second set, assuming both of us are up. Yeah, Zap Sniff, double dummy is look at all 4 hands. Single is just going to be what we did right now, which was kibitzing Martel. Olivier De Haas says vote for all 4 hands, so double dummy. Gotcha. Yeah, definitely not the first set. I did say second set, right? Or did I misspeak? Once again, English is hard. I would like to say that it's not my first language and that, like, C++ is my first language. How about sitting in his dummy so that we only see 1 hand? 0 dummy. Why is it called kibitzing and not just spectating? I don't know. know. Kibitzing is like a term for card games. They use kibitzing in poker as well. In real life, you only want to kibitz your enemies so that they get Yarboroughs the whole session. Kibitz is from Yiddish. Okay, finally, we have an expert stepping in. Not really true for poker. I mean, I know I have heard the term kibitz from poker. Okay, I am on Discord. John Worf has never heard kibitzing from poker. Then it's just me. Maybe I have invented it. I have started using the term kibitz from poker. Chess uses kibitzing as well. Okay.
Hi, Rob.
Hey, Michael.
So, absolutely, kibitz is used in poker, and there's a fair amount of crossover between top poker players and bridge players. One of my favorite sayings came from Spencer's son, who's a Tournament of Champion winner and a very, very strong poker player. He says, "Bridge players are tell machines."
That's true. It's not one of those skills that you have to learn for bridge, so you can give away, a little bit about your hand and still be a very good bridge player. But in poker, it's one of the most important things.
When people are good at both games, there's a natural tendency towards them playing poker because the money is more immediate. I gravitated a little more to bridge, having some talent at both games, because there was a lot less risk in playing bridge for money. I could never go to work and lose $10,000.
Yeah. And depending on how much you play for, I guess.
I've played bridge with Bill Chen, and he's a multiple bracelet winner and the author of the book The Mathematics of Poker, along with Jared Onkeman, who used to be in the U.S. junior program. So they're both bridge players, and they sometimes show up at nationals and play together.
Ah, cool. Yeah, I don't think I'm familiar with either of them, but that does ring true. I know that there are some bridge players who prefer bridge to poker, but who will play poker. Like, for example, a good friend of mine, Mitch Towner, many years ago, decided to just randomly go to Vegas. I didn't realize he was such a good poker player, but he randomly went to Vegas, played in, I think for the first time, a World Series of Poker bracelet event, and won the event. So he got a World Series of Poker bracelet along with quite a nice check.
That's pretty amazing.
And
you need to not only be good at poker, but have a fair bit of luck striking you to win those things.
Yeah. But he had been playing, I guess 12 hours a day or something for 5 days straight. He flew to Long Beach for the regional tournament, and I was there. He came into the hotel lobby and just looked, he was completely drained, and his partner comes over and puts a convention card in front of him and says, "Hey, I have some questions," and he goes, "No, not now," and just checks into his room and goes to sleep.
That was one of the most disappointing things about tournament poker, was that you could enter a tournament poker event and do really well in it and make the second day and go deep into the second day and still come up with it with a large loss.
Yeah.
And it was exhausting to try to be at the table and be present and be picking things up on people, and then for all you know you're going to move to another table. There was a lot of psychologically frustrating potential in poker that you really couldn't do anything about.
Yeah. Stuff says that Adam Grossack and someone that will not be named for security reasons play poker. You do know that the gambling age in the U.S. is 21, Steph? But yeah, Adam Grossack is a poker player as well. I actually played a hand of bridge with Adam Grossack by accident in Chicago. When I was supposed to be playing with Steph in a midnight game, I got summoned over to the Josh Don, Dan Corbel table to play a hand with Adam Grossack because his partner was missing.
I played a Swiss match with him once when he and Zach were our teammates back when they were very young, and our team was out of contention, and Zach and Adam were having some arguments with each other, so we decided to break up the partnerships for harmony's sake, and I wound up playing with Adam for a set. I overcalled 3-no trump heavy over a preempt, and he found a light raise with like 11 or 12 high card points to find a slam. So that's the main thing I remember from my one session of playing with him.
Nice, yeah. I mean, he's a very strong bridge player. I think a lot of people would put Zach Grossack as the stronger of the two brothers from that family, but Adam is also quite good.
Yeah, I mean, they're very different players, and I think if I was playing with someone, I would choose to play with Adam because Zach's super emotional, and I don't do well with emotional partners. Looks like people are voting single. I'm kind of feeling like the other table, which might have Gare and
Grudy, yes.
Grudy might be the fun one to watch since he had all the interesting hands yesterday.
You think it's going to continue that their partnership agreement is he gets all of the important decisions and Helgamo just gets to declare sometimes?
Some players actually give their partner more interesting decisions by making more takeout doubles and more bids involving their partner. So it can be sort of interesting. It can be frustrating playing the opposite of that, especially if you're playing with a student where you make they never make takeout doubles. But I mean that's just common with students is they just don't know to make takeout doubles as often, and they're just grabbing the dummy all the time. And I refuse to grab it back unless they ask me to. So. Yeah, we are doing Norway, Italy, I assume, because of the.
Yeah, so I mean, yes, we're going to do Norway, Italy.
I want to do a natural bidder so that we can which is kind of why I know that that pair is natural. Yep. I'm not sure which other pairs are natural.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I mean, obviously, any pair at this level is going to have some amount of artificiality that we're just not going to be able to duplicate.
Yep, and seeing one hand, it's sometimes we can have some exciting auctions that we have no idea what they mean, but hopefully Al will be at our table helping us out. That's
yeah, and I can pull up we can pull up the WVF cards, which will have a little bit more of our options. Like I'm looking at Manon DeFranco's card, where they use 2 diamonds as sort of the Mexican, where it's like 18-19 balanced, and 1 diamond is they play an unbalanced diamond, and transfer Walsh it looks over 1 club.
Right.
So it's sort of a system I'm familiar with, mostly from playing against it often enough. And that's one of the things about becoming better at bridge is just sort of understanding how the opponent's options in their various systems, which either by playing them or by playing against them enough or by studying them. If you can understand what their choices were at the inflection points, given their methods, then you have a better chance of being able to be successful against them.
Yep. Yeah, I think that's. I was going to say, I think that's actually why a lot of players at like the local club level, for example, seem to have a large amount of success playing unusual systems. It's not so much that unusual systems are necessarily better one way or another, or give you added benefits that don't have any drawbacks, but it's because local players at your clubs are not going to be as familiar with playing against like precision, for example, or playing against these transfer responses. And if you're less familiar with how to handle them, or you don't have good agreements with your partner, then you end up, throwing a board here and there just because you're less familiar. So
that's a really good point. And actually, I take the opposite tack when I play club games, that I dumb down my systems because I actually don't want to put the club players in unfamiliar positions. I'd rather just sort of get normal results with the club players, and I like to and I don't want them to feel resentful that the expert came in there and then had an option that they couldn't understand to steal a board from them.
Yeah, that's really nice to do that. I have to admit that I have played some really horrible and awful systems at clubs on like dares from other juniors. Like I've played ACBL legal versions of Phantom Club and a couple of other unusual systems at the local club. But yeah, I think it's a lot nicer if you can just play, generic say-C or 2/1 or something, so that the players aren't scared away or treat you poorly.
And to be fair, usually when I go to the club, it's either that I want to play with my son who's 13 now, or that I'm playing to try to qualify for the North American pairs, in which case all I need to do is break average, and I don't want to crank the variance up in the latter case, and I have to simplify for my son anyways. But I think that the general principle applies.
Yeah.
For an expert playing in a club game, there's no reason to play unless you're like specifically trying to practice your system with warm up for nationals or something.
Steph is going to bring up to everyone the great system that we played in the Midnights now.
Oh yeah, Midnight Swiss systems, like I've seen a lot of like weird ones and a lot of things that are illegal, but they're never going to call the director on
No.
it. My favorite Midnight Swiss one was, I was defending a hand, and I thought I knew how Declarer was going to play, and he was in an annoying tank. I was playing against, it was like a junior from Caltech, so it was like all juniors in this thing. And I stacked my cards up in the order that I thought he was going to play them, and put them face down on the table, and I just played my cards from my deck, in the order. And I got it right.
Okay, I was going to say, how many times did you revoke?
I did not revoke. That was the amazing. He was so annoyed that I didn't revoke. I don't remember. I think that was against maybe Brian McAllister. I'm not sure. It was a long time ago. I say the name, and he's going to go to bridge.
I had invented a system for Midnights a long, long time ago. Apparently they don't run at U.S. Nationals anymore, which is a little bit sad that they don't have a Midnight game. But I always used to play the system, the pseudo-balanced system, where one club starts as 8 to 10, and everything else is 3-point ranges up from there. And over all of these, you effectively play like no trump systems on. So bids are all transfers, forcing. And then partner effectively as captain. And 1 no is any 1-suitor, and 2 no is any 2-suitor. And that's basically it.
I assume breaking the transfer shows your own long suit,
yeah.
But it seems actually playable. Will probably work out well whenever opener's balanced.
Yeah. No, I mean, it was great. I mean, sometimes you had to open, one of these balanced hands with 5-4-4 because opening 2 no is just really bad. But other than that, it was perfectly fine.
Might want to reserve 1 heart and 1 spade to not be ranges. And have the ranges go 1 club, 1 diamond, 1 no. 2 clubs, 2 diamonds.
Yeah. All right, Norway, Italy, the table is up. So we're going to do our best to
Again,
find...
the goal isn't to be good, right? The goal is to be weird in the midnight.
Yes. Yeah. I know Kevin Dwyer and I played Phantom Club in the Midnights. We once had the auction 1 club, 2 clubs, 3 clubs, 4 clubs, 6 hearts, all pass making.
Well, that's an auction.
It really was.
I'm seeing Italy is plus 14 right now after the last board came in.
Yeah, so that match is close. Norway, I guess, dropped a little bit in that segment, but still anyone's game. Did you have a preference of player to kibitz? You said Grudy, if we could find him. That would be appealing.
Yeah, that was sort of my first thought.
I'm hoping...
Right now, it looks like north, south, east, and west are the same in both rooms, and it feels like I'm trapped in a bridge.
Uh-oh. This is going to be a Victor Mollo book where the same players play the hand twice, but they don't remember, and they do something different the second time around. Oh, they do have Switzerland USA 2 still on Vugraph. I thought they might have reserved Vugraph for closer matches, but maybe none of the matches are particularly close.
The Venice Cup is no closer than that. The Dorsey is close with Poland and Denmark, and 35, so about the same margin for the USA's. The Wuhan's are both blowouts.
Okay. Well, then it does make sense. So USA 2 gets some more airtime. See if they can mount the comeback. I will try and stay updated a little bit on the scores as that match progresses, but we're mostly going to be focused on the play at our table.
They could put up the transnationals if they wanted to, which there are a couple close matches there that is technically not a primary event, even though it is a quality event.
Right. Oh, Steph asked, would our system have been illegal? Our midnight system, would it have been illegal? No.
The one where was this balance ranges?
No. This
ranges from
no. Our system was we can't bid diamonds. I think our system was perfectly fine. I'm trying to remember all the ins and outs. Like 2 clubs was effectively a weak, like an opening hand with long diamonds.
It was this was probably under the old charts too, which were a little more restrictive. But like nowadays, pretty much starting with responders first call and everything after on opener's rebid is legal. But in the old days, there were more restrictions on later rounds of the auction.
Yeah.
Bad old days.
Okay, players should be loading in soon. I'm going to try and figure out what our options are for kibitzing. No, the tournament website still has not updated the lineups.
Okay, so we just saw Baki, Brogland, Donati, and Vicario populated in one room.
Okay. I was hoping to kibitz
I'm going to try to load
south.
up their cards without looking at their cards. Let's see, Bake and Brogland, they're got an 404 error when I tried to load up. Oh, I tried to load up the ACL card. So let's see, they're green. They are, looks like they're a transfer Walsh. They're 2 diamonds multi. 2 hearts and 2 spades, sound week 2, 2 diamonds shows a joke week 2, and 2
Okay,
hearts and 2 spades.
real question, because I think kibitzing south would be nice. Would you like to watch Brogland play?
Yeah, I'm good with Brogland.
Okay, then let's go in there. We can kibitz south. Apologies for spoilers from the opening hand, but here we are. So I will pull up the convention cards.
I pulled up the gift card.
We got Vicario, Donati, who are playing It looks like, I mean, for the most part, they're playing a 2/1 type system. A lot of their stuff is natural. 2 diamonds is this 18 to 19 balance.
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff on the responses in subsequent auctions after 1 club, and as you might expect, but their initial actions are 2+ for 1 club, 4+ for 1 diamond, 5 hearts and spades, strong no trump, multi with sound weak 2s.
Yeah.
In hearts and spades, which that's a system that I'm very, very familiar with.
Good, good. And for North-South here, since we're watching Brogland, his partner Christian Bakke, they're also playing a fairly simple 2/1 type system, at least in terms of opening bids. They're going to have a lot of nuanced transfers maybe, or other type of bids here and there. But we are off. So first board, last set of play, 14 imps separate the 2 teams. Italy ahead, Norway maybe the favorites coming into this match. But they need to make a comeback. Club from North could just be a weak no trump type hand, not necessarily a long club suit. And let's talk about carding, because maybe that's important. I never do this all that much, but we are playing.
So if they have 1 diamond is not an unbalanced diamond for this pair. They can open 1 diamond with, it's always 4+ diamonds, but they could open 1 club if they chose with 4-3 or 4-2 in the minors. It's their option.
Mm-hmm.
So that it may be that the quality of the diamonds impacts that choice. That 1 diamond always implies that they can tolerate the lead.
Right. We can say...
Really not forcing.
Yeah, so the VuGraph operator gives us a little bit of info. I'm not going to show everyone on screen, but they say that 1 no trump in this auction by West is 15 to 17, or at least that's how they define it. So that will at least allow us to count up Declare's high card count.
I was busy learning their system for rather than watching that hand.
Yes, same. I was busy. I'm sure I was doing something very valuable, but I also have not been watching the hand. Partner led a club, 1 in dummy, and now Declare has taken a heart finesse to our partner's king.
So when is dummy had queen jack third of clubs? Is that what happened?
Yes, dummy had queen jack third of clubs. So partner led the 4 of clubs. Declare played the 3 on this trick, and that's an important spot card. We will often see Declare's, try and conceal these low spot cards, especially in no trump, when the opening lead could be a count signal. So it looks like our partner started with 4 clubs exactly.
Right. So when a good rule for defenders, people may not be aware of this if you're not at some levels. When dummies wins the trick with the queen or the jack in no trump, or even in a suit, third hand gives count. When dummy wins the trick with the ace or the king, third hand gives attitude.
Yeah. Hey Sunil, sorry, you had not cast a vote earlier in the poll. I don't know if you were here or not, but the vote was for single dummy, so that's what we're going to do. It was actually largely in favor of single dummy perspective, so that's what we're going to be watching right now. So apologies, there's going to be no video commentary, but you could pop over to the table. There's a text commentary from someone, I'm guessing, if you wanted to take a look at that. Shostrak says the opening lead was attitude. Okay. That's kind of what I was getting from their card, but it is so hard for me to read these things.
And we kind of know it's from 4 now, because partner won the heart and didn't continue clubs, and partner should know that we had 3 clubs.
Yep.
Or 1 club, and partner would play us for 3 because 1 club would make the hand open.
Yeah, so good point, because it does look as if our partner has king fourth exactly.
We probably never pass 1 club with a singleton club playing transfer Walsh anyways.
Mm-hmm. Yep, thank you, Frederick. Also confirming.
I actually think with one of the things you can do with Transfer Walsh is you can actually make one club forcing. And if you do that, then you can take the strong hands with clubs out of your opening 2-club bid and reserve the 2 clubs and 3-club rebid to show a balanced range, and then you no longer need Kokish.
Don't think I've ever heard that, although I've never actually played Transfer Walsh, so none of my partners have bought into this whole idea of one club with all weak no trump hands. It seems good.
I don't like the Kokish auctions very much, so one of my things that I've done in Bridge is try to figure out ways to not have to use it. And that was one of the ways I came up with not having to use it.
Yeah, okay. Quick thought, cutting you off here. I mean, so Brooklyn has been playing rather quickly to allow these tricks. This is one of these spots when we're very weak on defense, and we happen to know that we want to be on lead to, do something. For example, here, put a club through declare. It's often right to sometimes play like second hand high in these scenarios, and so Brokeland could have put up the king of diamonds on that earlier trick to put a club through earlier.
Yeah, and he probably should have.
Yeah, so because now, I mean, North got on lead, had to, find a spade switch, played the king of spades. But now that we've gotten in, Declare's been able to set up a spade trick on the side.
I wonder about... it's the first hand out, so I wonder if maybe he was just like a little sloppy here.
Well, the 9 of spades takes the last trick, so 8 tricks taken. The board was pushed in the other room ended up getting to 2 hearts in the east, and made 8 tricks there.
Yeah, it's not like they were beating this contract.
No, it would have maybe been worth an extra trick if he flew king of diamonds there, but was not going to get his side a plus score. So on to board 18.
So I like this hand. I like 5-4-3-1 hands.
Yeah? This is your favorite shape?
I know, I'd rather be 6-4-2-1, but 5-4-3-1 hands come up a lot, and they're so much better than 5-3-3-2.
They really, that's true. That's true. I guess unless your singleton is like a stiff king or something, then you're a bit upset. And these also offer maybe some interesting decision points in the auction, right?
Let's say partner raised 1 spade to 2. Do you make a game try? You're actually pretty close.
Right, yeah, good question. Well, over 2 clubs. Oftentimes players will play this 2 clubs as not necessarily natural and showing a club suit. I am not certain if that's what they're doing.
They just say game forcing.
Yeah, it just says 2 of the minors game forcing, so maybe South will end up raising 2 clubs to 3 on this hand.
It's a pretty good hand for clubs. If partner has real clubs, we're very happy.
Yeah, I guess he really believes.
No, it is still complicated.
He goes with the diamond splinter.
The only complicating thing for me is that when partner's minimum, a 5-2 spade fit could be best for game. But we still have time to find it even after 3 diamonds.
Yeah.
If partner doesn't bid 3-no, we can bid 4 spades. And to my thinking, if we opened 1 spade, if either of us bids 4 spades later in the auction, it's never forcing.
Yep. That makes sense. Well, West double of 3 diamonds gives North an opportunity here. If he elects to pass it back around to us, we're going to now bid, say, 3 hearts, I imagine. Show some side heart stuff.
Yeah. It's very convenient that they've sort of given us a chance to really show more about our hand at a cheap level by doubling 3 diamonds.
Right.
Unless he spits 4 diamonds and pulls up the room.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the downside, where if now the opponents find a big diamond fit, especially being favorable, they might even jump to the 5 level here. But the important thing here is now that if the double passes back to us, we have this extra okay, there's 5 diamonds, but we would have had this redouble bid to show first round control and kind of distinguish a singleton from a void.
How do I set it to just watch one player on the...
Right click, and there should be a kibitz option. Right click on the player's name tag.
So at least now I can see Al Hollander describing bidding, although I have their convention card open too, so he has the east-west cards. So, yeah, I mean, I think a forcing pass of 5, it depends what partner's pass of 3 diamonds should mean, too. There are a lot of different potential agreements you can have. Even if you stay, well, redouble shows the ace, you still have differences between passing and bidding 3 hearts and 3 spades,
right.
Where, something might maybe use pass to show an offensive minimum is a sensible thing. So, well, partners bids, certainly the pass of 5 diamonds should be forward going.
Yeah, I agree. And with South having no wasted diamond cards as well as a bunch of these controls, he does have a good hand. The only concern is our clubs are headed by the jack and not the queen. Like, we could easily...
Yeah, and our spades are headed by the king and not the ace.
Yeah.
Given that I've already splintered, showing a very good hand for clubs, I think I would have doubled 5 diamonds to more strongly vote towards defending, because of I have bad clubs in context and bad spades, or not the first round control in spades.
Yeah. I could definitely see that.
We'll see if that's right. I mean, partner 6 club bid, clearly he was thinking slam. So partner needs to have a lot of key cards to make slam good.
UNS played passive 5 diamonds is simply encouraging. Well, we've already showed a diamond control with the diamond splinter. So in context, what Michael's saying is that, we've already showed the singleton diamond, we've already showed the 4-card club support. Outside of that, are our spades the best that we possibly could? No. Like, ace king 5th would be better to king queen jack 5th. I mean, ace empty 5th might even be preferable depending on what partner's hand looks like.
I'm noticing that they don't have pass double inversion on their card under special forcing pass sequences, which it occurred to me that maybe the pass was how they make a penalty double of 5 diamonds. So, I mean, what does partner have for 6 clubs? Could he have ace, king, queen, 6th of clubs, and queen of hearts, and not the ace of spades? Sure, probably.
Well, partner...
You kind of need partner to have ace, king, 6th of clubs, ace of spades to make a slam.
Yeah, which he easily could have, right?
Right. And is partner going to bid slam if you... Yeah, it's complicated. Wow. So they're saving. Well, now you can't make... 6 spades is actually in the picture. If that double was some sort of... Someone's saying they do have pass double inversion on the card? I'm looking at their card. It's not under special forcing pass sequences, so it must be somewhere else.
Okay, well, 6 diamonds doubled. I mean, we're definitely getting a plus score. The real question, as Michael points out, if North has ace doubleton or even singleton ace of spades, then 6 spades might have been a making spot.
I mean, if we trust the opponents are saving because they don't have 2 defensive tricks, then partner has the ace king of spades and the ace king of clubs and the ace of spades, and we have 5 spades, 6 clubs, and 2 hearts once we gain the lead if spades break.
Yeah, as long as the spades split, right? Like, even with ace doubleton, we're not certain that 6 spades would come home. West could have 10-5, of course, but okay. Speaking of, there's the 10-5.
Well, yeah. So I guess they did well to avoid the 6 spade trap. If East-West are playing with like an old style convention, this negative doubles of slam at favorable vulnerability, it's used to where you double with either 0 or 1 defensive tricks. I don't remember. It's a very, very old convention, but it's went away with the new scoring completely, and I don't think it was ever a good idea.
It seems like they might be doing that exactly because there was an alert of the pass over 6 clubs by East, an alert of West double, and so that has allowed East-West to find the diamond save. Looks like a good position. You know, again, if we're imagining partner has this hand with ace, king, 6 of clubs, we only have 1 club trick. Partner has the ace doubleton or maybe singleton of spades. We have 1 or 2 spade tricks. We're not scoring any diamonds. We have 1 heart trick with dummy being singleton.
I'm looking at Donati and Picario's system card, and it is not very deep. It is not filled out in any detail at all. Bakke Broke system card, like you need a magnifying glass to get into all the details. They are really disclosing absolutely everything on their system card, and tons of like 6 pages of supplementary notes after it.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's a little unfair that Donati and Beccario were able to get away with submitting such a bland system card that I don't think has all their agreements on it.
Sure, yeah. I think as long as you're going to do a good job of alerting and explaining at the table, it's probably okay. But it would be nice to have your full notes in there if you can, or at least most of them.
All right, so what do we? I guess we just play a trump. Can we cut down on cross roughing enough by playing a trump? You can never set up the spades, and there's no pitch is ever going to come for. I mean, I guess he could. Well, we have high hearts, so we can't pitch enough things on clubs. So yeah, so Boglin has decided to play trumps. If there was a guess in trumps, the player already was getting it right because of the splinter.
Yep. Yeah, so trump switch does make sense. If East only has 5 diamonds, then hopefully we'll be able to get partner in with the club ace to play a second trump and prevent him from roughing all 4 of these spades in his hand, as well as the last club.
So what's partner's pattern? He has 2 spades, and perhaps he has 4 hearts. If partner only has 3 hearts and declare has 6 hearts, so let's say partner has 2 spades and 4 hearts to go with 5 or 6 clubs, and then 1 or 2 diamonds. It kind of makes sense that maybe partner's 2, 4, 5, 2 for us to have the best chances. So we can lead 2 rounds of trumps and declare can still rough 3 hearts and dummy.
Armin asks, are the detailed convention cards available during play to the opponents? I know in the past I've been allowed to print out the opponent's cards and bring them with me to the table when I have like a known match that I'm playing against them. For example, during the US team trials, I was able to do that. I never did. I mean, my partner never did. No one on my team did. The opponents never printed out my card. I think it's just not.
This is a scary card. Now I want to cash my clubs.
Yeah, well, we're gonna have to play to partner's club anyway to get a second diamond on the table.
And my club card should be count here, I guess. Although partner probably already knows we have 4 of them. But we could have 5, I suppose. So it should be.
Yeah, good call. We should be giving club count on this trick if possible. So, okay, 2 rounds of clubs. Now partner can play a second trump. Or not.
So it does look like maybe partner was 2, 4, 5, 2.
2, 4, 2, 5.
2, 4,
yeah.
2, 5. Yeah. He's tapping Declarer's hand to try to make it so they can't get the long heart, but since Declarer appears to have multiple heart honors, they can either rough down our ace by roughing low ones, or the roughing finesse if they also have the 10.
Right.
They're going to rough down the ace. Roughing that, probably cross to either they cross rough or they cross to a trump. Looks like cross rough. And yeah, I'm known to follow suit in spades behind him, and North is going to follow in hearts behind. North can pitch a heart here, I suppose, but then the heart's just set up with a rough.
Yeah, so declare might, depending on what partner's diamond card is, declare might elect to cross ruff here or elect to try and set up the heart suit. Whoa! Okay. That was an unexpected twist. Partner had 4 clubs.
I guess I can't count. We're at queen 10 third of diamonds? Wait, what?
Wow. This, okay. This was not at all what we were expecting.
No.
Wow. So this is, I mean, not like the most incredible result. It looks like we had chances to make 6 clubs. Actually, 6 clubs is probably going down, right?
Well, let's see. If the defense leads a diamond, that helps us. But we can only pitch 2. Well, you can pitch 2 hearts on the queen jack of spades. We need to ruff 2 diamonds in the jack 9 fourth hand.
Yeah, but with spades 5-1 and hearts 5-1, communication's difficult. I mean, it looks like you can probably make it by running the 10 of hearts, pinning the singleton 8. That's a hard play to find. So...
Well, I mean, let's say you're playing a single dummy and they lead
a trump.
They lead a high diamond, see the dummy, and what do they shift to?
Club.
If they shift to the singleton spade, that's bad. Well, let's see. If they shift to the singleton spade, we win in hand, ruff a diamond, cross to a trump, ruff a diamond, draw trumps, and claim.
Yeah.
So I think and even if they shift to a heart, it's the same thing. So I think they have to not lead a diamond to have a chance.
Yep. Yeah, but a trump lead...
If they lead a heart or a spade, then when we lose the lead in diamonds, they can get a ruff in whatever suit they led. So Garazzo leading his singleton spade would be in good shape. All right, so that's 10 imps came in to Norway, and the match is virtually tied with that.
Right, yeah, big pickup for Norway.
1100.
North-South stopping in 3-0.
Did not sniff slam at the other table. It's a really good 6 clubs, and I think having a natural 2 clubs in response to on spade really helped, which is something, you know, people are gravitating towards these artificial 2 clubs, but every once in a while having the natural one is really good for your side.
Yeah.
At the other table, they opened 2 hearts in front of the 5-4-3-1 hand, which made things much more awkward.
Right.
All right, so on to this hand, which is not very interesting for South right now.
No. Yeah, Ewan saying 6 clubs down on a heart lead. I think 6 clubs makes on a heart lead because East would lead the queen of hearts, and then you pick up the heart suit, so you can just pull trumps. But yes.
Yeah, you'll probably just count 5 spades, 4 clubs is 9, 1 ruff is 10, and the ace king of hearts is 12. So you draw trumps on the queen of hearts lead, get disappointed by the bad spades, and then get stuck in the wrong hand. That's entirely possible.
Well, no, I mean, you just have tricks because you take a heart hook. Like, East is going to lead the queen of hearts, and you just have the 10-9.
Well, I'm just thinking how you might actually, and like, let's say you won the ace of hearts and you drew the trumps. You have to take kind of a scary heart hook right now.
No,
you can play spades the king and spades ace, see how they break.
Well, no,
and if spades break, then you don't need the
we
heart
can
hook.
even play 5 rounds of spades, roughing in hand, and then run the 10 of hearts. It's you have plenty of time. So I think really the only lead that is going to give Declare issues is going to be a trump, because then they'll have to work out what to do themselves.
I think they're good on it. They win the trump and play a diamond, and you play another trump, they win, they ruff a diamond. Oh yeah, it's kind of, they cross the ace of spades, ruff
a diamond,
the last diamond, and they can't get back to their hand.
Yep.
They have to ruff 1 diamond, and well, they're going to ruff 1 diamond and play for spades to break.
Yeah.
But that's not going to work. Again, there's this danger of being end played in the 5-4-3-1. complicated.
Yep.
Diamond lead definitely makes it easy.
Yep.
All right, so they're off to the races. This is sort of like, all right, I've got this balanced one count, and so you just keep passing when it's your turn. You look up to see what contract the opponents wind up in.
Yeah, I mean...
But it is good practice to imagine their hands along the way,
yep.
so that you don't have weird tempo breaks later.
Yeah, so that's what we're going to try and do now. So spade, 2 hearts by east, 3 diamonds by west, all looks natural. 3 hearts alerted. What does the auction mean? The auction means that Al Hollander is at the other table. That's what the auction means. We have...
Yeah, and he has no idea because they're not disclosing properly. And maybe at the table they're disclosing, but we can't tell from their notes. Now, one thing that I'd like to know is whether 3 diamonds shows extra value over 2 hearts. So some pairs play that you can rebid 2 spades with a minimum or 2 no with a minimum, and that if you bid 3 diamonds, you're either 5-5 or you have a good hand. But not everyone plays that way.
Right. Yeah, so that is the first question.
And if a lot of your 5-3-3-2s are opened with 1 no trump in the strong no trump range, that gives you more flexibility with using the 2 no trump bid for other things here, or using the 2 spade rebid for other things.
Right. Yep. I mean, it's possible that there's been some sort of relay task for shortness is what's going on. That would be not particularly uncommon in this type of an auction. So 3 hearts might have asked. 3 no trump might say no shortness, so West could be 5-4-2-2. Well, 5-2-4-2.
So East-West do use 2 clubs as an artificial game force over 1 spade. And in my opinion, if you're going to make 2 clubs actually just an artificial game force, you might as well just use 1 spade past 2 hearts as natural and unforcing and get those hands out of 1 no trump.
Yeah.
Let the 2 club bid have hearts in it.
Thanks for tuning in, Ewan. See you later. Oh yeah, see you tomorrow for the second set. Hope you're prepared for the commentary.
So we don't really know what 3 hearts and 3 no means, but or 4 clubs. I assume 4 something was in it. Some of these must have been asking bids, but I don't know.
Right. Yeah, Steph's guess is that 3 hearts sets trump as hearts. 3 no trump, if they play non-serious 3 major plus 1, would be the spade Q bid, and then 4 clubs would be a club Q. They don't even have what type of serious or non-serious they're playing on their card. This really is bare bones convention.
What kind of Blackwood are they playing? I mean, like, I would think that with hearts agreed, 4 spades would be key card, but 4 clubs might have been key card for all I know. The East has gone to no trump. We're on lead, so now we're like, all right, well, I guess I was on lead against hearts also.
Yeah, I gotta...
This, again, I don't really want to be passively here with... Oh, maybe I do. Let's see, it looks like diamonds might not provide a ton of tricks for Declare, but partner did not... Well, partner was never doubling 4 diamonds unless they really had it. Jack 4th of spades could be a problem for Declare. We don't really know. Declare probably has like Honor Doubleton and spades to have picked no trump.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly don't want to lead a spade and find a dummy with, Ace King 10-9 and Declare with Queen and 1.
Yeah, do we... Okay. We do have, well, a little bit of an announcement now. 3 no trump was alerted and doesn't promise 5-4-2-2, but maybe that's exactly what's happening.
Declare seems like he's prepared for a club lead on this auction to pick no trump. Declare must have something like Ace, Queen.
Good call, Captain Bresco says that we actually are not on lead.
Oh, okay, so I don't make this scroll up.
I was thinking.
All right, so I don't have to work it out.
Yeah, I was thinking that maybe a heart being a passive lead against this kind of auction is our best attempt being passive. So 4 no is now announced as key card in hearts. 5 hearts shows 2 key cards with no trump queen. and then 6-no from East. It does look like a heart lead is going to be somewhat passive.
Have to do this way. It seems like. I mean, with East having to have fillers in all the other places, it doesn't seem like he's going to have the. Well, we'll see Dummy. Yeah, so Dummy wasn't going to come down with solid hearts because he had all the fillers everywhere else.
So partner does find the whoa, West showing 2 with no trump queen.
Sneaky with the heart.
Yeah, this is a great lead from our partner. Good thing we weren't on lead. I was advocating for a heart. So Harris asks, tomorrow the end. Tomorrow is the first day of the finals. It's once again going to be a 2-day match against the 2 teams that win from this event, from this play, Norway, Italy, and from USA 2 Switzerland, which we saw earlier. Okay.
Now we can see that spades would have been okay East-West as far as the break goes, because Declare can, let's say Declare is King Queen 9 5th of spades, can lead the King of Spades, unblock the 10 from Dummy, and then play a spade to the ace, and pick up our spades with no problems. Meanwhile, he won't have a late entry to the hearts unless he has the ace king of one of the minors, which apparently doesn't have.
All right, partner, are you brave enough to continue a heart? He is. Way to go, partner. This is great.
Second chance to finesse it. I love the double, the second cue. Now he's like going for down 2 if Declare takes a club finesse at some point. Declare pitched a club, I assume, when the last track was.
Yes. Declare threw a club on the King of Hearts.
Unblocks the Queen of Diamonds.
So unblocks the diamond, and
I do think that Declare is going to unblock the 10 of spades, like play the 10 of spades to the king, a spade to the ace, and then pick up our spades.
Unless partner has the singleton 9. Welcome home, Steph.
It was Declare's pattern. Declare had 1 heart and 5 spades. And if he's 4 diamonds, 3 clubs, he just needs the club finesse at this point, which is going to lose. And partner will have a heart to cash.
Yeah.
If he was, and otherwise, the alternative is he has a 5th diamond or a 6th spade. I think the 6th spade is very unlikely.
Yeah, but if partner has the singleton 9 of spades, I think we're in good shape. I wonder what he's thinking about, though, because it kind of feels like if all Declare needed was the club hook, he would take it, and if Declare just needed the spades to split, he would test the spades right now. Okay, there's the 5 of spades.
He may be thinking that so he has to take the club finesse before playing on the spade, so he left the spades blocked. Maybe partner has the singleton 9. No. Well, I guess he can play spade to the ace and the 10 of spades, and or the queen of clubs if he has king and 1, and he has an entry back to take the spade finesse.
Yeah, ace doubleton of clubs, he can take the club hook, and then even if we'd covered, he could get back there.
Oh no, we could cover the club, and then when he plays ace of spades, 10 of spades, we don't cover, and then he's locked and down.
Oh, that's so true. Yeah. Declare will be down if we had the club king, and that's what he needs right now.
He should have played the club first or unblocked the 10 of spades. The 10 of spades was never helping him. Like, if he played a spade to the king and we showed out, he still couldn't pick up jack 5th of spades in the north.
Yep.
And if spades are 4-1, he's never going to know to play a spade to the 10. So he might as well get rid of the spade 10 because this is the one 4-1 he can pick up.
Okay, well,
so he was 5-5 and the diamond.
Yeah, he was 5-5, so he had already pitched his club loser. 1440, other table did bid to 6 spades east-west, which happened to make with Declare bringing the spade suit home, losing the same trick to the king of diamonds.
Oh, good try by partner.
Yeah.
Baki's head was really in it. He was even risked the Grosvenor to try to get the extra down. That's a true Grosvenor, is where you risk the contract in order to gain a trick.
Yep.
That's the original Grosvenor, was you actually gained a trick through it.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a nice hand again. Nice break from the last one.
Yeah, nice 11 count, 6-card club suit. We are in 4th seat though, which means depending on who has the values, we might never get a chance to act. I guess we'll be thinking, you know, if the opponents go heart past 2 hearts, are we coming in? If the opponents... Oh, well, West is passing. Looks like we might be able to enter this auction after all.
We're playing Barbu. This is one of the best last 2 hands you could hold.
Yeah, so 1 club by East. Maybe we won't get a chance to bid.
So, our 1 club is 2 plus.
Right. I wonder if that means Broglen decided he didn't want to overcall 2 clubs. A lot of players would play 2 clubs as natural there, or if they just don't have a natural 2 clubs available.
I mean, it's essentially a natural 1 club, where they just play. It looks like they open 1 club with 4-4, 3-2 specifically, because 1 diamond is 4 plus, but could be balanced. They don't go into the same amount of detail on their card as Bakke and Broglen do about options with hands like 4-3, 4-2.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, Broglen's...
That's come in delayed, partner on lead.
Yeah, so Broglen has come in with 3 clubs, which... if he didn't have a natural 2 clubs, this is kind of the only way to enter into the auction. Heart shortness, of course, makes a ton of sense for this bid. He's worried that if he passes again, it'll just pass out. Patrick, if...
The 3 club bid may have allowed Bercario to sort of upgrade a hand with club shortness into a game force.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's hard to tell exactly. As a past hand, catching a fit can easily bid a game. I like that Donati continued with 2 hearts and didn't just pass 1 heart because he'd opened an 11 count. Mm-hmm. He has a hand that can make game opposite a passed hand, so he should continue the auction.
Yep. Yeah, I was hoping that someone in chat would help me out with this, but I guess I can do everything myself. I don't even know why I keep you around, chat.
Still don't know what DT is, but I wonder that myself when I looked at what I could do with my 8,000. And I unlocked a beer card amount with it. So.
Yeah, so DT was a old viewer, I think from Norway, in fact, that he was a little bit rowdy. And so the instant when I made someone a mod, they banned him.
So partner led the Queen of Clubs and Declare played a spade and we popped ace. We're defending 4 hearts. I don't think we want to get the ace of hearts out of the way. We want to cash a club and play a diamond through.
That looks right to me. I mean, definitely take the king of clubs before clubs go away on dummy spades. And then looks right to switch to diamonds and just hope that Declare doesn't have enough pitches.
I guess the only reason to not cash the king of clubs would be if Declare had a 3rd club to rough to the dummy, but here it's more likely that partner had queen jack 3rd of clubs and Declare is going to need to cross to dummy in hearts, which we can win.
Yeah, or West queen of spades is not necessarily a singleton, right? Declare might have had a doubleton spade, so...
Declare is showing up with the presumably the King of Hearts and the Ace of Diamonds could well have the King of Diamonds still for their jump to game. They need to have something else, or the Queen of Spades. King of Hearts, Ace, King of Diamonds, Queen of Spades is a lot for passed hand.
That is a lot.
I suppose if the Queen of Spades is Singleton, it's just possible for someone to decide to pass a hand with a Singleton Queen of Spades and 12 high card points, but not very 2023.
Whoa! Okay.
Well, he did have it all.
Almost all of it. Partner had the Heart King, so.
Oh, okay. He didn't have all that.
Yeah.
Partner of the Heart King and a diamond to win.
Yeah, Declare did, it looks like, work out to drop Partner's Queen Doubleton of Diamonds. That pushes the board. If Declare had taken the Diamond Finesse instead, then he would have lost an extra trick and gone down 2. So next guess.
Guess he believed our shift to the 4 times.
Yeah, I guess just.
We kind of needed to shift to the 4 diamonds to make sure partner didn't pop the King of Hearts.
Yep.
We're still, that was a board on the floor, but it's not, it's only a 4-imp margin.
Right.
At the beginning of the set, they were, board on the floor was more significant. We got our game swinging if we're rooting for ourselves, the hand we're watching.
Yeah.
And we just
we were absolutely rooting for the player that we were kibitzing. It doesn't even matter who it is. I will give a quick update. In the Switzerland-USA match, Switzerland is off to a good start to the set. So they're currently ahead by 52 over USA.
This would be the sort of hand where I was saying if you use that 2 clubs as an artificial game force, maybe you want 1 spade past 2 hearts to just be getting those heart hands out of 1 no trump forcing so that you don't lose the heart suit and the partner can pass 1 no a little more often. If it's semi-forcing, they don't have to worry about a heart fit.
Yeah, don't they play Gazilli? They do play Gazilli.
Yeah.
So I think with Gazilli, it's a little bit easier to deal with some of these heart hands. You can have the auction, a spade, a no trump, 2 clubs, alert, 2 hearts with South's hand to show a weak hand with long hearts. I was going to say this is not going well for our side with that double from East, but West has fortunately, I think, for our direction, pulled to 2 no trump. One of the scary situations.
I was going to read 2 spades or something.
Yeah, I mean, one of these scary situations where you respond a little bit light to partner's opening bid, you have some distribution, but not great support for his suit. He rebids it, and the opponents go after you.
And you can't even know. There's a fair chance that the 3 hearts is a better spot than 2 spades, but it could easily be as bad or worse.
Yep.
And a level higher.
Well, West has clubs and no trumps, which I guess I kind of understand from West's perspective that, I don't know.
I went for a white game rather than a penalty, assuming the double of 2 spades was penalty, which I guess it wasn't.
Yeah, I guess it wasn't. It looks like it was just some values.
He has a club raise.
Yeah. Well, there were no alerts. It's hard to speculate on what East double of 2 spades is. I mean, to me, that looks like a penalty double in this auction. the Godzilla system. No. That's how you spell it. Godzilla would be a great system name,
well,
though.
Maybe they're followers of the doubles below 3-0 are not for penalty unless we specifically have singled them out as penalty doubles, which is not an unreasonable agreement.
Yeah.
Still, it feels like I have clubs. I mean, what if partner responds with diamonds to my double? If it's a takeout double, I have to bid clubs level higher.
Yep. Hellness called it Godzilla. See, that's the reason why Hellness has been kicked out of the Helgamo Hellness partnership. He got the convention name wrong. I'm pretty sure that's not the reason. Okay, but serious question though, because
So do we have anything to think about here?
West 2 club bid.
See, at some point we may get. So we may get the lead with the King of Diamonds at some point.
Yeah.
What's going on with the hearts? The only hearts missing are the king, the queen, and the 7.
Mm-hmm.
I got a feeling that partner has just one of them, because that 2-spade rebid and the no trump. No, it might have been unattractive for West to pull the no trump with a singleton heart. Maybe the singleton heart king might have been possible. Partner's probably led the queen of. I wonder if the queen is their power card or the king is their power card. I guess I could check.
Queen appears to be from
Most
Queen
players use the
Jack.
king as power card nowadays.
It can also be like King Queen 10.
King Queen 10 9.
Yeah.
It says they lead the queen from King Queen 10 9.
Mhm.
It's no trump, so it probably is from King Queen 10.
Yep.
And
Yeah, so West has the Ace of Spades,
the
Ace of Hearts, Ace of Diamonds. I mean, we expect West to have some pretty good clubs over there, but he might only have 5 of them for his 2 club overcall, especially at these colors.
it appears to declare I started with Ace Jack, third of spades.
Yep.
To go with something in hearts and something in diamonds. That doesn't leave room with him to have 6 clubs so much.
Right. Yeah, so that's basically our hope,
declared.
is that it's still a little hard because if West has Honor, Doubleton, and Hearts, partner's Stiff King is going to fall. And that would give Declare a 9th trick. I mean, we might need West to have 5 clubs and partner to have the King or Queen.
I think partner is likely to have a club honor here.
Yeah.
Let's declare with Ace Jack, third of spades, something in the red suits and solid clubs. I'd have bid 3-no, not 2-no.
Mm-hmm. And it's also true that our partner did open the bidding in first seat vulnerable, so he should have something over there.
And maybe if the double specifically showed hearts, declare might have the singleton heart, king or queen.
Sure.
And he then declares, let's say 3-1-4-5, or maybe 3-1-3-6.
Yeah.
He bid no trump, not rebidding the clubs. Well, I guess he wanted to emphasize the spades. Declare's hand was, say, Queen Jack, third of diamonds, Ace Jack, third of spades, 5, 6, 7, 8. Singleton, Queen of Hearts is 10. And maybe their clubs are Ace 6, the partner has King Queen Doubleton.
Mm-hmm.
That's a possible layout.
So what do we need to do to beat it on that layout? That I guess that we need to.
I guess we would need partner to shift to the King of Hearts from King and 1 to have a shot.
Which, you know, looking at this dummy is not that unreasonable, because all those low heart spots, partner wouldn't necessarily be playing Declare for Stiff Queen. He would just be playing Declare for like Jack Doubleton maybe, and we have Queen 10 9 5th. So the King of Hearts is a sensible switch. The difficulty on this hand is that from our partner's side, we haven't been able to make a signal yet. The 8 of spades was forced. Our partner knows the entire spade layout. So he just has to guess based on what he thinks thinks West's hand looks like from the auction. So if North is sitting on...
He has to be going through the same calculations.
Yeah, if he's sitting on King, Queen, 10, 6, King, Doubleton, what are we saying? 3 small and King, Queen, Doubleton?
So 4 small. 4 small diamonds, or maybe Jack
Okay,
four the diamond.
4 small. No. He's 6-2, 3-2, right?
Then a diamond. Right. So our partner's 5-2, 4-2, but then a diamond switch always works. So we're saying partners.
No. Partner has to be 6.
Oh, partner's 6. Partner's 6-2-3.
Yeah.
6-2-3.
Yeah. Okay, switches to the Jack of Diamonds.
And I guess we.
Hey, Apophis is my
partner
cat.
have 4 diamonds here. The partner will be 6.
Thank you for the 8 months
6, 1,
Prime
4.
sub.
Partner's 6-1-4-2, then diamond works to beat it.
Oh, 6-1-4-2. I see. Okay, yeah.
If that's part. If that partner. No, partner shifted to the Jack of Diamonds,
Yep.
right? So we're gonna win this trick, and we have to decide whether to put back the Jack of Hearts or a diamond.
Mm-hmm.
And the diamond back wins. It just beats the contract when partner started with 4 diamonds, assuming that 8 of diamonds is an entry.
Right. And then I don't think the Jack of Hearts ever works, right? Even if partner has 2 hearts, declare can just hold up once.
And then safely lose a club to North and take their 5 clubs, 2 diamonds is 7, a heart and a spade makes 9.
Yeah.
This will be our second defensive trick. A club is our third, and a heart would be our 4th.
Yep.
Only hold up once in the hearts, or he'd lose 5 tricks, but holding up once is enough.
Right. So I think we do need to...
I don't think there's a choice between the King of Diamonds here.
Yeah,
Roland's thinking.
it does look like King and a Diamond might be our only hope. Huh. You're right. This is a lot of thinking for whether or not to play the King of Diamonds on this trick. I mean, he might be thinking about what to switch to or what to play back. So we'll see if his return is quite quick. He does switch to a heart. 4th best, I will add. 4th best 8 of hearts.
It's a weird heart to play back, but
It probably is a count
I would
signal.
think you'd play the Jack back.
I think it's just a count signal. Heart continuation. Ooh. So partner could have stuck that King of Hearts on the table. Hard to figure out to do so, but that probably would have worked better.
So a win for the auction, 1 spade past 2 hearts non-forcing.
Yeah? Yeah, West might not have had enough to come in with a club bid. I mean, Declarer, I guess, could duck this trick as well. No, he does fly Ace of Hearts. If he was on like a club finesse, like maybe if partner's clubs are only King Doubleton, he could actually have ducked this and hoped that the
When the
clubs
Ace of
were
Hearts
coming
are-
home.
guess we'll see. Declare maybe or may or may not unblock the ace of diamonds, but then he's going to play a. I guess he won't because he may need 2 club finesses if he's missing the king queen. And we have all of them. But then we have running hearts, so he kind of needs this to be the lie of the cards, and he's found it.
Yeah, it does look like, unfortunately, while the hearts are set up, we have stripped our entire hand of entries. So, gonna have to rely on partner to take 2 more tricks here somehow. Jack of clubs may be a good start.
Set of hearts has to play a diamond.
Oh, partner can play back a spade. The jack of spades is gone now.
Oh, right, yeah.
But yeah, it does look as if West started with 6-1-3-6, or 3-1-3-6 shape with that stiff queen of hearts, ace jack, third of spades. Oh. 6 clubs, and...
I think maybe as the South hand, it was easier to try to visualize a West hand than it was for North.
Yeah.
We didn't really have a clue about the red suit distributions.
Right, yep.
We kind of knew, because we could see 10 hearts, that there were only a couple of possibilities in the red suits.
Okay, so Italy picks up 7 imps. 3 clubs making 4 in the other room on that one.
A little bit of breathing room for them.
Now they're up by 11.
We have kind of a mediocre weak no trump here.
Right, yeah, so this is one of these hands where I guess in their system they would be opening a club, is that correct?
Their system said they have a choice with 4-4 in the minors or with 4-3 or even 4-2 in the minors. They have a choice.
Got it. Yeah, so South might open a club or a diamond with this hand type.
I think with the diamonds being ace-king, if I'm getting the gist correct, that he's going to lean towards 1 diamond.
Okay.
Plus, he doesn't really have majors that he cares about partner. Well, maybe he cares about being transferred to hearts. Well, East hasn't passed yet either. So.
Right, yeah, East might find an opening bid. I mean, East is spending some time thinking at the very least.
I think it'll be a little bit enlightening to see what South would have opened had East passed, but East is opening 1 heart here.
Yeah, so okay, East opens a heart. We, unfortunately, not having spades. It's really hard to take action when they bid a major and you don't have the other major. Can't really just make a takeout double saying I have values. Partner's always going to bid spades. So West, very likely to bid, and we'll have to see if our partner can get involved in the auction. Okay, 2 clubs.
That's an artificial game forcing 2 clubs. We don't really know what 2 diamonds means. We don't have a strong preference for a diamond lead over a club lead anyways to try to double it with ace-king 8-3.
Yeah.
That might be their suit.
Yeah, so 2 diamonds just kind of waiting, 2 heart, and now they just have some sort of relay auction, it looks like. I am unfamiliar with their methods here, but East-West are gonna hopefully alert. That would be nice, so that we can figure out what we're doing on opening lead. I imagine 2 diamonds, 2 hearts shows a heart fit, but up through then, I'm kind of lost now.
Did not pass 3 clubs. When I played 2 clubs as a completely artificial game force, and 2 diamonds would be bid on most hands that didn't have an interesting story to tell, we would use 2 hearts as naturally ring hearts, and 2 spades and 2 nodes, 2 spades and 3 clubs as transfers to the minors.
Okay.
But appears they're not doing that because, well, if they are, they still arrived in 3-0 with a heart fit. But we just don't know what they're doing, and their system card is not very enlightening.
Yeah, Peruccio says maybe 2 hearts is asking, 2 no trump is either 6 hearts or balanced. 3 clubs probably a re-ask, and 3 spades is... What would I imagine 3 spades would be in that spot? I think with the 6 card heart hands, I would like to stick those in the cheapest bid, 3 diamonds. to keep the auction low enough that we could still confirm hearts and then Cupid for slam.
So probably 3 hearts, 3 spades, 3 no trumps could be the doubletons with 5 3 3 2s.
Peruccio says maybe
3 spades would be a middle double.
Yeah, thinks that 3 spades is just like balanced and may deny club support.
I mean, if 3 diamonds shows the 6th heart, then it would make sense for 3 hearts, 3 spades, and 3 no to show your specific pattern with double.
Yeah, I agree.
And you'd either go low, middle, high, or high, middle, low.
Mm-hmm.
In their case, it's the second step, so it would be middle. So if that's what we think their auction is, then I would expect dummy to come down with 3 5 2 3 pattern.
East is the hand that we're expecting. It has been shown.
So we're on lead against the hand that has been shown through relay, but we don't know what he has.
Yeah.
And I don't think West would have picked no trump if partner had shown 3 5 2 3. So it's kind of an aggressive game force with the 4 3 3 11 count.
Yeah, 4 3 3 11. I mean, you do have the heart fit.
Card king is worth more than 3 high card points, but the jack of diamonds is worth less than 1, so I think it kind of balances it out.
Yeah, and it just...
And with the sort of hands that people open nowadays, this feels far from a game force to me.
Yeah, this to me is like a 1 heart, 2 heart bid, opposite some partners. But, well, as I mentioned earlier, there is an imp bonus for vulnerable games.
It is a good idea to be bonus aware. It looks like a low diamond lead would have set up a long diamond for your side, but would also set up a diamond trick for Declare.
Right.
It's likely. Declare's, assuming Declare has the queen of diamonds, they're entitled to a diamond trick. They just don't know they're entitled to a diamond trick.
Yeah. Yeah, Play for Fun asks, what about a semi-forcing a no trump? I think if I was planning on treating this as a 3-card limit raise, I would definitely bid a spade first, in case we had a 4-4 spade fit. 4-4 fits just play really well. Then again, you know, maybe we're playing Flannery and we would never find a 4-4 spade fit in this auction. But yes, if we have the potential for spades.
Not playing Flannery. The auction, a heart pass, a spade pass, 2 clubs pass, 3 hearts, as being invitational is a common agreement, but I think it's better to play it as forcing, because the problem that you have is that sometimes you have this stupid 4th suit force auction that you have to go through with a game force, then it goes a heart, a spade, 2 diamonds by partner, and now you have to bid 3 clubs, and now partner bids 3 hearts over that, and you can actually never show that you had a game force with 3 hearts below 4 hearts. Mm-hmm. So it's I like playing a heart, a spade, something 3 hearts as a forcing rather than non-forcing, because it avoids some of the worst 4th suit forcing auctions.
Mm-hmm. I know I have seen some pairs in this event stick 3-card limit and 4-card mixed raises into the same bid directly over one of a major. And so then they don't have to worry about that hand type in the forcing no trump or in those auctions.
I guess they evaluate out to be sort of the same value as dummy, mm-hmm. right? I mean, if you made the king of diamonds into a 4th heart, that would change the hand from one to the other, and they're about as good. Yep. Dummies for hearts.
Yeah.
So you just can't have any really sketchy mixed raises in there if it could also be a 3-card limit, at least if you don't have a bid to ask.
Right.
If the call is 3 clubs, Claire popped the king of clubs. It's kind of a revealing play, right? If Claire had ace 10 third of clubs, they probably would have played low. Partner played the 8. There are signals.
So we're doing upside down attitude and standard count, it looks like.
high-low is discouraging or even. So standard count and upside down attitudes, what you said. And there's a Smith. High-low likes the lead. So unreverse Smith and partner is. Oh. Okay, so we're running the diamonds, it appears.
Yeah, diamonds have cashed out, which is probably good news for us.
Declare played on his weak suit. Declare the old ploy of playing on their weak suit, and would have partner put in the 10 on the first diamond.
No. Declare took a heart finesse into our queen, and we found the diamond switch.
To diamond. Well, we were worried Declare had 4 hearts and 2 clubs is 6, and 3 spades for 9. So decided to try to cash 4 diamonds.
Yeah, well, this is going to go down,
looks like
and
4 hearts would be off.
I mean, it's not as if Declare has made their contract or made down 1 yet. 8 tricks, right? If they're missing the king of spades,
Declare doesn't have the queen of spades.
because Declare has 3 more hearts, and yeah, the ace of spades and the ace of clubs, but that's it. Down 2. Nice result for Norway, getting those 7 imps back immediately. 10 boards to go. Still a 4 imp difference. This is coming down to the wire. South opens a spade.
So yeah, so partner did have one of those like special 11 count 5-3-3-2 opening bids that used to not be opening bids, and then they forced a game with a 4-3-3 11 count opposite that, and then unsurprisingly they were.
After the club lead, Declare can make his contract, right? Because if he runs the jack, I mean, takes the backwards finesse and hearts, he can run his 8 tricks and then just exit to the opponents, and the spade suit's frozen. So they're only going to be able to cash 4 tricks and then have to break spades.
Both opponents have to keep. I don't know. South doesn't need to keep 2 spades. If the king and jack of spades were swapped.
Oh my God! Oh, you're
spades.
totally right. I did have the spade suit backwards. Good call. So it's still going to go down 1 even if he picked up the hearts. Yes.
It's a cool position though when you're missing the king and the jack, where both opponents have to keep 2 of them. And you just have to sometimes play for it to be that way, so that the suit's frozen. And you're absolutely right. That would have been the way to make it had the spades been the other way.
Play for Fun says he asked Boya not to make it so nail biting for the last couple of boards, but Boya has not listened. So we opened a spade. Our partner with the kind of distributional hand just blasts the game. And after the hard opening lead...
That's 2 tricks. We're off. We have this problem in the spade suit, but if spades are ace and 1 on side, we're starting to look pretty good.
Yeah, we do need to reach the dummy, and the only safe way to do it is to reach the dummy in diamonds, because missing all of the intermediate spade honors, we can't afford to go king of hearts heart rough. They could just win the ace of spades and then play a 4th round of hearts. So I think playing for 2-2 diamonds.
Normally we would say the East, having shown up with 2 aces greatly reduces their odds of having a 3rd one, but the auction started at 4 spades for East's first call.
Yeah.
So he didn't really have any options.
Yeah.
Well,
whoa!
he did have the ace of spades, but it was not Doubleton.
Yeah.
I think we're not going to play any more trumps ourselves, but we're good here for just losing the 3 trump tricks for down 2.
Right. Nice play by Donati, by the way, to not cover that 10 of spades, because he knows, from Declare's perspective, he knows the entire spade layout with his ace, queen, jack, 4th, that if he covers, Declare then will be able to win the king and then force out his queen, jack of spades and only go down 1, losing 2 trump tricks. But if he plays low, he knows that from Declare's perspective, the only chance to make the contract is if the spades are 2-2 with the ace on side. So plays low. Declare does fly king.
Weirdly,
Push board.
East-West can make 5 clubs. You know, you have this 4-3-1-5 hand, and it goes 1 spade past 4 spades to you. Partner's long suit is clubs, not diamonds.
Yeah. Yeah, West having just not quite enough to stick in a call over the 1 spade opener. And so both tables do miss 5 clubs, East-West. So board 24.
Just to play a system where we could have gotten in, but...
Yeah, we do have kind of a nice hand here, sitting a south, 14 count. Michael's favorite shape, or
5-4-3-1.
One of them. Yeah, 5-4-3-1. 3 passes around to us. We get to open a spade. Pretty happy to do so.
And, you know, it's don't really have any rebid problems. If partner bids 2 spades, I think we have to make a game try, even though we are missing all those aces. Opposite one, no, we don't have a problem. We just bid our diamonds, and
yeah, we can rebid 2 diamonds here. I guess the only rebid I would be worried about is what do we do if partner bids 2 hearts instead of a no trump? I suppose we're bidding 2 no.
well, I guess if it's 2 no. Certainly not thrilled by that development.
Alright, partner makes the false preference to 2 spades. Potential false preference.
I mean, even on this, we could be making game opposite, you know, a couple of aces and the 10 of spades or something. But it's good. It's too hard to push forward.
Yeah.
It's too far away.
Spade lead.
Partner has the equivalent to a couple aces and the 10 of spades.
Yeah. 2 of spades lead. I mean, I think we're thrilled to have gotten a trump lead rather than being tapped in the heart suit immediately.
So this type of hand to me, well, I mean, well, if spades break, and clubs behave, we start with 7 tricks and we need to set up a diamond anyways.
Mm-hmm.
It's a sort of setup where you're usually better off playing on your side suit right away. There's some danger that if you're greedy and you play on diamond and it holds, and you play a second diamond, you're in danger of losing trump promotions.
Yep.
You're only in 2, so you just need 1 diamond trick to make it. So even though that's sort of a natural line of play, there's a lot to be said for just, if you're able to win this spade, just playing a second spade and trying to draw the trumps and letting them take. Well, I mean, I guess they could always just tap you out. And then they take 3 hearts, a diamond, and a spade that way. So you're still okay.
Yeah, I think if the spades happened to be 4-2, the defense would have done a little bit better by starting on hearts immediately. But but now that they haven't, as you say, we can afford to just lose a bunch of hearts pitching our diamond losers. And set up a diamond, 3 clubs, 1 diamond, and 4 trumps for 8 tricks. Not in too much danger here of the opponents starting to get some roughs. I mean, even if East wins this and switches to a singleton diamond, East is going to be roughing air.
I guess it would be like when the ace of spades play ace of diamonds, jack of diamonds from ace jack 10 9 5th. That seems really unlikely.
Yeah.
The ace of jack 10 9 5th, the diamonds he'd have opened in 3rd seed.
I mean, West also probably would not have found the trump lead from that hand. So,
right.
So yeah.
It's a good one of just not panicking. Like if you can afford to rough 1 heart with your long trump and just not bother to rough other hearts and draw trumps, and they can only take 3 hearts.
Yeah.
Spade and diamond.
Okay, there is the heart switch. So as long as the heart suit is 4-3, which I think tends to be a little more common on these auctions where the opponents just let you play at a low level and they never come in. Like 4-3 is generically thought to be 62% rate if you just do the mathematical odds, but when there's no bidding, that percentage goes up a little bit.
And sometimes that 10 of hearts will protect you against the fifth round of the suit anyways.
Yep.
Seven of hearts back. The 8-6-5 are starting to grow up too.
Okay, heart comes back to the jack.
So now they can never do too much damage.
Right. Yeah, now there's...
You just draw whatever trump you can and play club to the board and a diamond towards your hand, probably.
Yep.
But I don't think you're going to play a second diamond towards your hand, even if the diamond towards the king-queen wins.
Okay, Declare goes after diamonds immediately. I guess... I'm not sure what he's catering to in not pulling trumps immediately. Because even if spades were 5-1, the defense could just play a second round of trumps when they get in at some point, so it's not as if we're ever going to rough our fourth round of diamonds in the north hand, I don't think.
And that may cause us to, they get a club pitch on something, and now we run to our club getting roughed.
Yeah, okay, well,
it's complicating. Maybe there is some chance for 140 with this line, but drawing trumps felt like, to me, a more simple approach to going plus.
Yep. Okay, third round of hearts.
The hearts are almost set up.
Yeah, we're going to score a heart trick soon.
Blair could have pitched on that, but didn't.
Yeah, does elect to rough. I mean, it almost looks as if things are getting to be a little scary, because what's our plan now? Are we cashing 2 clubs and then going queen of diamonds diamond?
I feel like you cash the king queen of diamonds, play and hope that diamonds aren't 5-1.
Like, now we can't...
I might have just pitched on the king.
Yeah, I mean, now we can't exactly afford to... Well, we can pull trumps, right? But if they don't split, then we're going to need the clubs 4-3. Which, again, seems somewhat likely. There's no opposition bidding. But still... Yeah, Greg making the point, why rough the third round of hearts? You can just pitch a diamond.
I would have much rather just drawn trumps earlier. It would have made the whole hand easier.
Yeah, agree. Brogland might have seen something that wasn't there. Maybe hoping that he actually did have a chance to get that diamond rough and dummy. Okay, operator's letting us know that Boya was holding on to the jack of spades, but is now thinking. ATN says draw trumps, then the diamond queen is safe as long as clubs are not 6-1. Like now, on this heart tap. I mean, certainly if we had drawn trumps earlier, we were making as long as hearts were 4-3. And as Michael pointed out, even against a bunch of 5-1 heartbreaks, or 5-2 heartbreaks. Okay. Is West getting squeezed in the red suits? Last question.
No, because... Oh yeah, we do have an entry for the squeeze.
Club to the ace. Wow! West did get squeezed in the red suit. No, wait. Oh, did I miscount something? Oh, sorry. Diamonds were 3-3 around the table. But
Everything broke pretty humanely, and Declare was still in danger of going down. If he roughed that,
yeah,
he might
yeah,
have been
he
in
was
trouble.
going down because the clubs were 5-2. But with 4 imps going the way of Norway, 8 boards to play, the match is tied. They've been here before. I think they were tied against China with about 8 boards to go. In their quarterfinal match, they managed to pull it through.
I don't know why they bother to play so many boards. They should just play 8-board knockout matches.
I'm sure Norway would be a lot more well rested if they did that. All of their matches are so close. It's kind of funny, despite the blowouts that they were having in the knockout or in the round robin set, and even some blowouts against some of the top teams. They're now having very tight matches in these 2-day events. I mean, this would be a big deal.
Play 6 boards today.
Yeah, if Norway
6 seconds.
ended up pulling off the comeback against China, which they did in the quarterfinals, then pulling off the comeback against Italy in the final segment of play here.
Well, we got through half the match without kibitzing the dummy, but we've failed at this point.
We have failed, so just have to wait until the end of trick 1. But no one panic. North's hand will be revealed after we get to see the first trick. So North opening a no trump, they just play 15 to 17 basically. They could have a good 14 maybe, but for the most part it's going to be kind of down the middle. Strong no trump.
In general, the club lead is probably favorable for our side, but I can imagine some cases where it tangles our communications a little bit.
Yeah.
So certainly a trick partner would prefer to win in dummy in order to be able to play on whatever suit he wants to play on.
Yep.
But it's may not be convenient. The 6 kind of looks like a high card. What are their spot card leads? Do they even say? Signals Italian, Laventhal, and Trump. Leads.
They
Attitude versus.
yeah. If you you look at their high X and low X, looks like they're playing attitude leads.
I mean, their convention card looks like they filled it out 5 minutes before game time and then submitted it.
They might have. Someone pinged them on like their cell phone 5 minutes before, like 11:55 p.m. when it was due at midnight that day, and they're just like, "Oh no!" Quickly put something together.
But and a lot of the pairs, almost all of the pairs, put in an extremely detailed effort to disclose as much as they can on those WBF cards, which have lots of space to disclose lots of things.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel particularly generous towards Donati and Beccario's approach of disclosing so little.
Yeah. Okay, well, here we go. Club lead partner has a good hand over there.
The Queen Jack 9 of clubs, huh?
Yeah, so we have to see if partner's
All
going
the
to
spade spots.
overtake this with the king. I think they probably will, to build an entry to lead spades up toward the ace jack 10-9.
The club spots were like a little tangled. Declare couldn't quite win the 10 of clubs in dummy and then still overtake the queen or the jack without actually setting up club tricks for the defenders.
Right. Yeah,
He used to play the 6 and the 3 of clubs.
I'm a little surprised that Declare didn't overtake that queen of clubs. I mean, maybe he was thinking from the 6 of clubs lead that West was the one who had the ace, and it was ace doubleton. And so then, of course, overtaking the queen of clubs with the king would have dropped a club trick.
So he has 2 clubs and a heart and a spade and a diamond. That's only 5. He needs to set up spades.
Yep.
With only one entry to dummy, a spade towards the ace jack 10-9-8 only picks up king queen third on side, or king and 1 or queen and 1 on side.
Yeah,
East is led.
That would have been for 4 tricks, but I don't think we need 4 spade tricks. Like 3 spade tricks would be enough. We just want to prevent East or the defense from setting up their red suits, right?
And West has pitched the 6 of spades, which tells me that a spade lead from dummy probably wasn't going to help us. And East is led third from ace fourth in a 4-card holding. I think East has an honor in all the suits and was trying to be passive, and is probably 4-3-3.
Yeah, probably a pretty good read. And I think it's true. I don't know if this was the East-West pair that we were watching one day where where one of the players had made a very passive lead against a no trump. I think they were like 4-3-3 with honors in 3 suits, and they led from 3 small. And there are a lot of players that I've heard who just swear by go passive against a no trump opening bid, like a no trump all pass, especially this auction, because Declare is going to have a hard time taking 7 tricks on his own power.
Yeah, so East probably is. East probably subscribes to that school. It's a pretty popular school, which means that East probably didn't have a passive lead available.
Yeah.
If the defense ever plays the ace of diamonds, Declare can unblock the king of diamonds to force an entry to dummy with the 10-9 to get to that club trick.
Yep.
And if the defense plays on hearts, which looks best for them, Declare does have options as to how to proceed. Not clear whether to play the 10-9, the 10 of hearts from dummy, or a low one, but probably better to play the 10.
Yep.
But you're going to have to guess what to do after you presumably exit with the jack of spades from hand. Maybe ace then jack of spades to try to tangle the defenders a little.
Yeah.
You start running out of entries to your hand, too.
Okay, there's the 8 of hearts that comes back, so that's going to make Declare a little bit happier because the 10 of hearts will grow up into a trick.
So maybe now you just exit the 7 of hearts and try to sever the defender's hands. Rather than play spades yourself in this position. Just like defense is trying to play passive, so Declare is countering by playing passive right back at them. Now I think West's going to play spade through, because West doesn't know what's happening in the spade suit.
That's a really good point. Yeah, so North's hand hasn't really been revealed, and East hasn't necessarily had a ton of chance to signal. But West does.
Maybe the 4 of hearts was a signal.
Yeah, the 4 of hearts could have been a signal. We don't know the East-West heart cards yet.
So Declare does want to dump the king of diamonds if he can. The defenders are running out of suits to play. If he plays another diamond, then Declare always has an entry to the dummy, because if West plays the ace, Declare plays the king, and if West doesn't play the ace, then he's in dummy.
Yeah, it's not quite 7 tricks yet, but I think Declare is going to mostly be in control. If he does get to that king of clubs, he can pitch a spade on the king of clubs, pitch a spade on the 4th diamond. Well, you know what?
What's the question? Let's say they play the ace of diamonds and a diamond, and you're in dummy. You cash the king of clubs, pitching a spade because you have to. Then I guess you play another heart, pitching another spade, and then they have to play spades for you. And I think they're okay, because they're going to have to either give you 2 spades or the 10 of hearts. Let's see, the defense. Let's see, this is the 4th defensive trick.
Yeah, so
they have the long diamond for 5, the heart for 6, and a spade is 7. Now you're down 1.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, Declare tried something. I'm still not entirely sure what the hope was. I mean, he might still make it.
If he can get to the long diamond, you're down 1.
Yeah, he might still make it.
I mean, you have to play a heart here.
The hearts are 5-2. No, hearts are 4-3. So Heart over to West, who gets to cash the beer card. Ace of Spades will take the last trick.
Well, we have an emote for that, but he didn't save the beer card for the last, so he doesn't.
No. Not today. Well, that's going to be...
Not surprisingly, the king and queen of spades are outside.
Yeah, so one imp going the way of Norway. One no trump went down in this room. The other table, East-West were the ones who got to play a no trump. Because North-South were using a different opening no trump range, and North had to open a spade, I'm guessing. Which means Norway has pulled ahead in the match for the first time since, I don't know, the third segment of play yesterday. They lead by 1. 7 boards to go.
So this is sort of an interesting bidding decision when East opens one of a minor, whether or not to double or bid 1 heart or pass. Really want to emphasize the hearts over the spades if partner is going to be on lead, especially.
Right.
And a double with this pattern isn't super attractive, but passing is also not super attractive.
Yeah.
I think Brooklyn sort of did the normal thing of getting involved with your long suit. It was a straight flush after all. We were playing poker earlier.
Yep, so double by West is 4 or 5 spades, I think.
Yeah, and they probably use 2 hearts to show 6.
Mm-hmm.
Which is the what we were seeing yesterday is kind of a cool little defense.
Yep. Partner bids 2 clubs. A lot of players play transfers here, which it is not. Maybe 2 clubs is just the limit raise in this spot. So limit raise and hearts.
Transferring to their suit possibly is a limit raise if they're playing transfers over the... When we bid 1 of a major, they double. You play transfers is a common agreement, regardless of who bid 1 of a major, regardless of whether you overcalled or opened 1 of a major, and they double it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, could be.
Transfer partnership tend to play them in both spots.
Yep. Makes sense. So 2 diamonds by East. This is a kind of talking point where South bids 2 hearts here. I mean, South doesn't really want to get further involved in this auction. His hand is pretty bad. The 5-card heart suit is pretty bad. But some players will play that if you're forced to the 2 level in your major, then bidding it directly shows a weaker hand.
So yeah, this is a really good spot for partnerships to have a detailed discussion about, and I have a preference here myself, which is that both pass and 2 hearts show minimum hands, but 2 hearts shows an offensive minimum, and pass shows a defensively oriented minimum. So for me, because it's 5-4-2-2 and I have good structure outside, this would be an offensively oriented minimum, where I would not be sad if partner competed to 3 hearts over 3 diamonds.
Right.
Whereas if I passed, I would be saying, like, no, I really want to stop at 2 hearts.
Okay, well...
It's a decent distinction to make.
Yeah, so South gets off to a trump lead, which looks like a nice lead for his side, possibly preventing some heart roughs in the dummy, or a heart rough in the dummy.
Sinclair may just have naturals.
Natural heart tricks, that's true.
Sinclair has bid their diamonds a bunch of times.
Okay, partner has cashed a couple of diamonds, will now be sorely disappointed when they switch to a low heart from the king and declare sticks in the queen, and it holds. Which is exactly what happens.
5 of hearts from like 6-5-4 or something and declare as the ace, king, queen of hearts wouldn't be shocking because they have bid their jack high diamond suit 3 times. No, they don't have anything in spades. Partner probably has either the ace of clubs or heart on her to go with their ace, queen of diamonds to show the good raise.
Yeah, and unlikely to be
like
both.
5 tricks, right?
Right.
So, well, we don't necessarily have 2 spade tricks though. Declare might have bid 2 spades over 2 hearts with Doubleton honor.
Well, our partner's gonna know what's going on, because we dumped the Jack of Hearts under the Queen. So I think this is basically gonna be all on our partner to know what to do when he gets in with whatever trick he has over there. Hopefully the Ace of Clubs, right?
Declare has a single. I guess the interesting case if partner has the Ace Jack of Clubs, and Declare has a singleton spade. Declare is pitching spades from dummy. We no longer really have to worry about them. Any case where Declare is able to establish.
That's not a good card for us. Ace of Clubs, Jack of Clubs.
Someone had Ace Jack of Clubs.
Yeah, I guess we've lost our spade trick, but presumably this was always making. If that's what's going on.
Yeah. Well, I think we still have one spade trick coming. Maybe partner not really making use of hearts was ill-advised.
Yeah, actually, you know that first trick, the King of Diamonds from dummy, Declare was just trying to get an entry to lead hearts up twice. Hard for our partner to see that, but if they had just exited passively, we would have done a little bit better on defense.
In fact, if partner had won the first diamond and played a low heart on that trick, he'd have been fine also, because Declare could not profitably play 3 rounds of clubs while we still had a trump. Mm-hmm. So would have had to, and then when it goes heart, king, jack, partner will know to shift to spades.
Yeah.
Challenging hand to defend. That match is now back in Italy's hands by a humongous 4 imps.
Yeah, 4 imps now, 6 boards to go, and Italy has retaken the lead, but we pick up a nice hand of South. We've got 14 count. Yes, we're playing through board 32 in this set.
This could be technically within their no-trump range, but it's unclear that you want to bid 1 no-trump with 5, 4, 2, 2, and 14 high card points.
Yeah, so...
Let's see, 1 no is good 14 to a bad 18 for them, and could have a 5-card major, or 5, 4, 2, 2.
Yeah.
So it is technically within their no-trump range, but I think Roland is wise to just bid 1 spade. That would be my choice.
And from what I've noticed of them, they play a lot down the middle. So while it says on their card, good 14 to bad 18, I think for the most part they're just 15 to 17, and maybe in the third seat they step out of line a little bit.
So 2-no might have been like a limit plus here, or might have been forcing. I guess I should shift their card. 3 diamonds was definitely not short diamonds.
Yeah, 2-no trump is game forcing with 4 trumps. And I think, oh man, we had someone in here yet, it might have been Steph, that was telling me...
They natural. They play natural.
Yeah, that was...
I like that.
Playing natural over 2-no Jacoby.
That was me.
That was you?
I thought I was the only one in the world who liked natural.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, it was you then. So 3 diamonds natural, 3 spades. 3-no looks like a non-serious slam try.
Apparently Brogland and I were separated at birth or something.
Oh, 3-no is patterning out, I guess. 5-4-2-2 or 6-3-2-2. Makes sense. 4 diamond Q marks the club problem, and the opponents immediately hit on it. One of these hands that if you...
Yeah, any intelligent slam auction is going to attract the club lead. If you wanted to get to slam here and have a chance to make it, you had to blast it.
Play for Fun says Boya doesn't like the standard responses jumping to 4 with a minimum, which I agree. I think that,
One likes that.
yeah, I think standard Jacoby is a little bit. It's just one of those things where you come up with a convention and you're like, yes, this 2-no Trump bid doesn't have other uses. Let's use it as a 4-card game forcing raise, and then people adopt it because that makes sense. But then there are a little bit better ways to play it. Some more nuanced approaches.
Use that jump to 4 to show 6 trumps and no aces,
Sure.
just so it doesn't come up ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, basically, if North had bashed 6 hearts, he might have made it, but I think West might have let it club anyways.
Yeah, against these leap to slam
That's
auctions, your hope is that they're just off 2 cashers most of the time, and so leading away from a king is a lot less scary.
Usually they have a source of tricks on the side, so the lead away from the king isn't going to cost the contract, even if it blows a trick in the suit.
Yep. Okay, well that board was a push. We have 5 boards to go. Italy maintaining 4-imp lead.
So Sam Dinkin had been playing with these teammates who were juniors from Poland, and he was telling me that they don't do any Q bidding at all. They just, like, when they think they're in a slam auction, they just bash it, or they bid key card and then slam. They just won't ever Q bid, and he was saying that they have made so many slams that were just not bid at the other table because they knew they were off cashers, or and they made slams on the wrong leads all the time, and they were just picking up slam swing after slam swing by doing it that way without ever Q bidding.
That's really funny.
Not my style, but the report from a teammate of a pair who was doing that a lot was really positive.
Yeah, it just goes to show that a lot of different approaches to the game work. So, which is really cool. And we do get to see a lot of different approaches from the pairs playing in these events. Ton of different systems, even in the semi-final matches among all 4 teams, and even among the partnerships on those teams.
I wonder what 2-no meant here. It's alerted. Is it possible that it means a 6th heart after the overcall?
Could be. Yeah. I don't see in their card.
Club's also, I mean, if 2-no showed extra value, South wants to bid more. I don't think, I mean, if partner is showing a good hand with 6 hearts this way, South, I'm a little scared with the ace and 1 spade and the spade overcall about playing this hand in no trump. I might pick hearts here, fearing that maybe we're off the ace of hearts and they can set up the spades. Really beat 3-0.
Looking at their system notes, if there was no interference, 2-no would have been 5-5 hearts and a minor game forcing.
Unusual agreement, but I guess they're a gazilli pair, so they can do something at 2-no trump.
Yeah, although with the 2 spade overcall, I'm not certain anymore. Frederick also thinks it could be 5-5. Oh, Frederick says it could be a 4-card minor here. Zapsniff asks the very...
Well, correcting it to hearts must have some sort of method.
Yeah, Zapsniff asks a very involved question. There are a lot of different ways to play, but there is always an optimal way that is best. That is... I'm not going to get too involved in this discussion now while we're watching this, but that is something that I agree with in theory. In practice, I disagree strongly. And...
I'm with you. It's a real can of worms.
Yeah.
Optimizing, first of all, optimizing its memory is a problem, but also it's really hard to test what's optimal anyways.
Yep.
And given that you have limited experience with these things at the table, and we have selective memories as humans, we're going to tend to lean towards things that, with a small sample size, look out successful, or we mistakenly thought was successful, and often incorrectly.
Mm-hmm.
It's it's a huge problem with the way human brains work is optimizing these things, and I prefer to simplify rather than optimize.
Yeah, well, here we go, chat. Have at it. I'm probably not going to get too involved, but my general tendency on these types of questions is that they're like, I'd be happy to have this discussion on a different stream, and I probably will. You know, remind me when I'm playing one of my silly robot events. Hopefully, we don't have to play that on stream again. BBO had some technical difficulties.
When you're optimizing, you also have to think about what if the opponents bid again. So for me, if 2-no Trump showed an unknown minor, that would be a big strike against it, because for all I know, I'm about to see a 3-spade bid, and we might miss a 6-4 minor suit fit or a 6-5 minor suit fit because partner can't tell. Mm-hmm. Whereas if I could just show my minor, even if 2-no was clubs and 3 clubs was diamonds, however we did it, naturally, whatever we agreed, we would know. Throughout my experience, there's been a lot of good results from knowing my second suit directly where the other table might not, which is a reason to sometimes, one of the weak points of Michael's is the unknown minor. Sometimes you have a big fit in the minor and you get blown out of it.
Hmm. Why not do it the simple way? 2-no is natural and invitational with a spade stopper.
Sounds good. Awful here with 3 spades, right? And that seems like if partner bids 3-no, then you can respect it, and if partner bids something else, you bid 4 hearts.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was thinking a very long time. So it's okay to sometimes think a very long time and then Q-bid, because the Q-bid often says, I don't know what to do, and the thinking a long time also says, I don't know what to do. So we're often okay doing that without, it's pretty clear that South is broken tempo here. So he either has to make a final decision or he has to Q-bid.
Right. Yeah, I am starting to suspect that 2-no might just specifically show a hand with like longer hearts now, based on the way there's no way that our partner has like a slam forcing hand with 5-5 and a minor opposite what we have. Otherwise, 4 clubs would have hit the table already, or 3 spades, or whatever we could do to find out about partner's minor suit. So if our partner just has like a good bad 2-no type 3-heart bid, like a constructive 3-heart bid, what are we supposed to do? We try 4 hearts?
How are we projecting it?
Like a partner has a bad hand with 6 hearts.
So we're not sure what partner has done with 2-no being good bad, if that's what's happening.
Right. Yeah, but that's my guess.
Partner showed a bad hand with 6 hearts. I think I'm done. I just have like no controls, and my ace is in the wrong spot. And I don't know which of the minor honors are working.
I mean,
but if partner showed a good hand, I'm definitely not done.
Yeah, but
I think South is trying to remember their agreement, not anything else.
Maybe.
If partner's showing a bad hand, he wants to get out.
Are you sure we want to get out? The partner didn't have to bid 2-no with 6 hearts, right?
It's true. Oh, and North-South... Oh, no, you know what? Here's another point. Mm-hmm. North-South play the double-barreled multi. And I'm guessing it unfavorable that the direct 2-heart opening bid goes up to like a pretty good hand. Mm-hmm. It says on the card 8 to 11. The partner with long hearts is starting life at 12 for a min. Partner didn't have to bid, so even if partner shows the weak hand with long hearts, they're probably around 14 iCard points. 13, like a decent, good, like maybe a good, really good suit with 12. But those are all arguments in favor of bidding for the vulnerable game bonus.
Yeah. Okay. So 4 hearts it is by South. And we will see after trick 1 what our partner actually has.
We're getting to kibitz the dummy again.
We do. Yeah. Not too much work from us today.
We went so long without doing it.
Showstrock says, I wonder if North could have just 5 hearts here. I don't think so, because I think 2-0 probably is good-bad. That's my guess.
So, my understanding is that Helgamo dumped the relay precision even while he was still playing with Grothheim in the later years of their partnership, because he found he was losing tricks at the table because he was spending so much mental energy on the bidding, and it was costing him tricks. Someone told me that story at the last Nationals, that Go dumped relay precision.
I can totally believe that. That's kind of how I feel. Like Helgamo and I think have similar styles in terms of how we like to win match points or imps, and we would prefer to have just a simple auction, get to a game that has some play, and then just try and outplay the player at the other table by better card reading and making the opponent's guess. So I can totally believe that he would not want to play relay precision system.
So, Klajnarm, I don't really think that, as someone who plays relay systems, I don't think there's such an edge that you need to, compromise your own constructive bidding by just constantly opening in front of them. That's actually losing tactic. The relay does not give you any sort of incredible edge over the long term that you need to every way to disrupt it. Now, maybe if they're started a relay, I consider breaking it on hands that can, which usually means taking up 3 steps. But some pairs just break relay in any competition.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, as a relay player, I was usually happy when they broke the relay.
Why you just end up doubling them off and on?
Yeah, we've certainly collected a lot of numbers from people who decided they just had to break up our relay, and we just doubled them for penalties.
Okay, well, here is partner's hand. So 2 rounds of spades is what partner has chosen. That means we can rough the 3rd round with the 9 of hearts, even if East gets the Queen of Hearts from that via roughing in front of dummy. They're going to get a club. As long as we can kind of avoid a diamond rough, we're going to be okay, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the diamond rough could be with a natural trick.
Yeah.
In some cases. So.
Yeah, Zapsniff, don't worry. I was keeping an eye on the chat, just trying to make sure things don't get out of hand. I think people are happy to participate in a little bit of discussion, but try and keep it somewhat civilized. So the scariest return here from West would be a diamond, right? Because now if we attempt to rough a spade, East might rough in, give partner diamond rough. I'm not sure we can do anything about that scenario, though. I mean, nothing that's going to be worth attempting, right? It would be.
Yeah, we can't.
Yeah.
Right. It's all. I mean, if West has a singleton the diamond, then the long diamond isn't going to set up for a pitch anyway.
Yeah.
So, and we could win the diamond and dummy, and then just try to play trumps if West shifts to a diamond.
Right.
And hope play trumps for no losers for 10 tricks that way. I'm not. And since you probably want the Queen of Hearts on side for that to work anyways, then roughing you might as well rough a spade first.
Mm-hmm. Well,
The question, I mean, let's say they return a diamond, and you win in hand, rough a spade, and that comes off. The question is whether you actually ace king jack of hearts or whether you take a heart finesse. I think you play ace king jack.
Yeah, well, I think we have to because we don't have we don't have a club re-entry. Like, then if diamonds are 4-2, we could go down if we lose this hook. East wins, plays a second diamond. East gets in again with a club and plays a third diamond.
And East is in no rush to rough with queen, say queen third of hearts.
Right.
So you don't really have an inference that East didn't have the queen of hearts.
Yeah, exactly. The only slight inference maybe if East thought that he could give his partner diamond rough, he would spend a little bit of time on that third spade.
Yeah, and essentially the fact that West shifted slowly to a diamond may subconsciously have influenced East to not try that with the queen of hearts. Without saying that, like, it's an ethical thing necessarily, but it's hard to not be subconsciously swayed by things. A lot of there are expert players who are really present at the table and who bend over backwards to not take advantage. Like Jeff Aker was in a position like that against me at the last Nationals, and he played his partner for a singleton. Like his partner tanked forever before shifting to a doubleton, and he played his partner for a singleton, which gave us a contract. And it was I meant to compliment him on his active ethics on the hand, but I didn't want to do it at the table while he was still smarting from it. I didn't see him later. So, yeah, most players, it's hard to be not be influenced subconsciously, at least, by the slow tempo.
Right. I mean,
it's like kind of...
Yeah, this could be a big deal, though, because if the hard hook wins, then Declare is likely to make, 5 or potentially even 6 if good things happen.
Now, here's the other thing. If it's queen fourth of hearts on your left, and you play ace king jack of hearts, they could win the queen of hearts, still having a trump left, and then play a second diamond from their doubleton, locking you in the dummy, and now you're down again on the diamond rough. West had five spades, 4 hearts, 2 diamonds, and 2 clubs, I guess.
Yeah.
So you started up with 6 spades already, though, so it would be 6-4, 2-1.
All right.
Not shifted to a single.
Looks like East does keep their diamond guard, so I don't think we're taking the last trick, but that will be 11 tricks and 4 hearts. And 2 imps going back the way of Norway. So 4 boards to go. The lead has been cut in half. It's only 2 for the Italian squad. And we're on to board 29.
So it's interesting that all sensible lines of play were basically leading to Declare making, but yet you're still sort of tortured.
Yeah, Frederick says that East might have been more likely to at least think for a second on the third round of spades before deciding to pitch if he had queen third. I think most of the defenders at this level would have spent the time thinking earlier in the play and would be well prepared.
Yeah, you can see when Declare played ace and a spade what was going to happen, that there was going to be a third round of spades played, and you should basically have made your decision about what you're going to do on that trick while you had all this extra time to think, because maybe you weren't visualizing that at trick 1 when you had some time, but certainly while partner was in the tank, you had plenty of time to decide what to do. And I think when the longer partner tanked, the more you should decide to rough with the queen and try to give partner a diamond rough for ethical reasons. He didn't have the queen of hearts, so he didn't. We have no reason to think there was anything. There wouldn't have been anything to think about.
Nice job picking the slower table. Thank you. I'm 2 for 2 today, taking the slower table. Everyone in chat is stressed. The players obviously are... Okay, what is going on in this auction? North has... USA 2 Switzerland is finished. We can give an update on that result. So Switzerland wins by landslide. USA 2 probably swinging in the last segment. Does not work out for them. So they're the first in
Suspect
the finals.
the alert of two diamonds was related to the lack of a support double. People are, a lot of things are alerted in WBF events that might not be alerted in ACBL events. But we don't know for sure. Meanwhile, Brooklyn doesn't have a particularly disappointing hand. The 10-9 of diamonds are great cards, and the Ace of Hearts is the right honor to have in the heart suit. So I don't think Brooklyn should be embarrassed about his hand. He's got an entry, he can take a finesse, maybe got a ruff.
Yeah.
So what rate's going to be? Partners 2-1, 6-4 shape.
Yeah, it is starting to look like, though, this might be the opponent's hand. Which...
Well, I can kind of visualize Ace of Hearts and a Heart Ruff for 2 defensive tricks, and that's 0 high card points for partner.
Yeah.
I don't think they're making game in spades.
Okay. Yeah, good call. Well, 4 spades, there it is. I guess we're about to find out.
So again, here North, maybe leading a heart, and if it's a singleton heart, once again, there's like these inferences to be made from the speed of it, so be aware of that when you're playing to try to like not lead a singleton with undue haste.
Mm-hmm. Although
It may also be considering leading from an ace king in one of the minors, and they might have an agreement about which of the ace or king you lead if you're going to shift to potential singleton.
Well, we are certainly rooting for the singleton heart lead because we know we can get partner off. Partner doesn't know, though. If he has a stiff heart, he might have like king, queen, jack of clubs and think, unless partner has the heart ace, there's no use in leading a heart. May as well set up some club tricks on the side.
It's a little frustrating actually for South because if partner is 1-2 6-4, then you probably aren't even beating 4 spades, or it's certainly not going to be particularly close. But if partner is 2-1 6-4, you want to double it because it's down at least 1 and possibly 2.
Right.
As if you thought you were well behind, it might be a decent spot for a speculative double.
Yeah, I don't know if North-South knows the score of the match right now. Let me...
What they think they're doing. They can't be super happy with 19, but they should be very happy with 18.
Mm-hmm.
20, they beat a game that their teammates might not bid, and so that's good for them. 21, they have to be sad about because they missed their chance to beat a game that might not be reached.
Yep.
After like 22 and 23. No, not 23. They have to like 22.
Yeah, I'm guessing they feel like the match is very close, so...
Yeah. I think they picked up a big swing on 18 and the rest of the match is roughly even, which would be pretty accurate.
Yep. Alright, well, North's still in the tank. The longer North thinks, the less likely it is, at least from our perspective as commentators, that he has a stiff heart.
If partner has the ace and 1 spade, they may be in less of a hurry to lead a singleton heart.
I'm pretty sure with that, partner would have to lead a heart and hope that we have an entry in a minor suit. Because we could still beat the contract if we don't have the heart ace. But yeah, maybe he's deciding between 2 difficult leads. I mean, obviously, if he has ace king of diamonds and a singleton heart, he might lead the ace of diamonds or the king of diamonds if partner.
I suppose it's possible partner's 1165.
Yeah.
If 2-no trump over 2 spades would have implied 6-4, then maybe 3 clubs implies 6-5.
Sure. Yeah. Could definitely see that. There has to be some sort of distinction now that we know North-South are playing some sort of like good-bad 2-no trump in competition based on the last hand. 2-no could have showed a different distribution. Do I think there will be time penalties? I don't know. Do you know, Michael?
I believe the time penalties are automatic once you've gotten a warning if your table goes over, but unless a pair volunteers that they're more at fault, the penalties tend to be for just for both teams, or unless there's a monitor at the table. So often what happens, and the table just crashed for me,
Same.
Often what happens is call for a monitor after the other pair has been slow, but then the monitor gets there and they speed up. And so the penalties split anyways, which is not cool. So this is unfortunate.
So, well, we are...
The hotel lost internet or something.
Yeah, something broke. Hopefully I will get an update from my eye in the sky about this in a second. Oh, I wonder what Gavin's doing. You know what? I can at least look and see if Gavin is doing anything. Gavin is also checking out some Bermuda Bowl over on his channel over there. I guess that's why we've had a lower number of viewers today, since Gavin is also streaming. Kind of makes sense.
From the still frame on Gavin's picture, though, I can see what partner's hand is.
Okay.
And it does appear that what are they on 4 spades? But I don't know if I should spoil it at this point.
No. You can't. You can't. Yeah, Nova Poker Player says a penalty in a match this close would be brutal. It's true. It's true. You do not want to have the match decided by penalties. I mean, I am gonna cross my fingers and hope that that the match comes back.
Well, here's the thing about that. I mean, you can't just say like we were not going to give penalties in close matches, because then you're just saying you're not going to decide a match with a penalty, so the penalties can never decide a match. You don't have to care about them. You have to, if a penalty can never decide a match, then it's not a relevant penalty.
Agree.
And slow play is a problem, and I want there to be slow play penalties. If bridge is ever going to make any sort of resurgence in popularity, it has to be watchable by people.
Mm-hmm. Well, currently, on that note, it is not watchable because the streams are all down. Apophis is my cat, has looked at Gavin's stream, voted for Double Dummy, but stayed here. Stayed here for the chat, I'm sure. It can't be about me or Michael. And but glad to have you with us.
I mean, Gavin has an excellent style also.
Yeah.
You know, I think that Gavin is absolutely a fantastic streamer.
Mm-hmm.
So
Agree.
I don't hold it against anyone who wants to watch him, but Rob's also doing a fantastic job. So
Thank you.
You have only good options and not bad ones, which is important.
Yeah. We're blessed to be able to have Twitch and, well, Vugraph as well, also helping us out with the service so that we can stream for you all. Spoil the lead problem, please. The chat wants it. Okay. Let us know. What does partner lead?
Partner can lead anything he wants, I believe.
and we beat the contract?
Except the low spade.
Okay.
Partner cannot lead his low spade from ace and 1, but or underlead his ace of diamonds. But if he does anything else, other than underlead an ace, or he's fine.
Got it. So I guess, let's see, that was board 29, right? Yes, okay, that was board 29. I'm going to flash the hand on screen since it looks like we do not have the broadcast backup. Here we go. This was board 29 of the match. So we just saw the south hand had the 6 card heart suit. North, it looks like, ended up leading. We were watching the closed room? Open room. I guess we were watching the open room, right? So our partner did lead the 8 of hearts. Bake led the 8 of hearts. This made things very easy for us. Ace of hearts, heart rough, and eventually North ended up scoring the ace of diamonds and ace of spades from there for 1 down.
Interesting Chinese poker hand, though. So East's got all the kings and a straight and still has a pair of 4s after that. But the 4 kings loses to West's straight flush. The front.
I actually really love how, okay, hold on, let me move some of this stuff. This and this. So in the Norway-Italy match, we have a push at 4 spades, making down 1 at both tables. In the Switzerland-USA match, both tables stopped in 3 spades. These matches would be so completely different if different teams were playing against each other. It's crazy to me, because we've seen so many times in the USA-Switzerland match that I think both sides bid game, and the Norway-Italy match, both sides stayed out of game, and then here, it's kind of the reverse. Really crazy.
Just looking at the East-West hands, game looks pretty far off. Like, even if the defense didn't take the rough, they literally let ace of trumps and a trump when the ace of hearts and played another trump. At 1 pitch on the king of diamonds for a club loser, but you'd still have a second heart to lose.
Yeah, you would need a round suit squeeze against South, I guess, which is never happening.
So it's a pretty bad game. So I think it was the Switzerland-USA match outbid this table.
Yeah, there are over 1,000 bridge viewers on Twitch right now. There's a French stream that is up. I know that they became very popular for a while during the transnational European teams, because the French teams were doing very well in that. And then Gavin is also streaming. Gavin and I have been splitting the viewers a little bit, I guess. Wait, I just got like 150 new viewers.
I just saw Gavin has 563. What's happening? Being counted differently somehow all of a sudden?
Wait, what happened?
Are they being counted differently somehow? I see Gavin as 563 and you have 65 is what I'm saying.
Gavin has 563 now.
But Gavin only had like 100 viewers a moment ago, and now he has 500
Did
viewers.
Did the French stream go down?
400.
Maybe the French stream went down.
I'm seeing the French guy had 100 viewers before, and now he has 430, so something's funny.
Oh man.
A bunch of bots have decided to learn bridge, so they're watching the streams.
I guess so. Yeah, I mean, my viewers just jumped up by a lot, but it's not on Twitch. I think my YouTube viewers jumped up by about 150 right now. So I don't know why, but yeah, Gavin was at 100.
Maybe people are, because the tables went down, maybe people are actually going, and your tables are still up. Maybe people are jumping on your tables because the official tables don't exist anymore.
Everyone on the view graph went to Gavin's stream. Got it. Hey, Anne Maria, I don't understand. Is that Italian?
30 or Anne.
Yeah, I don't understand Italian, so try and keep chatting English. But if you're asking about BBO apparently has lost the feed for the event, which means we can't watch VuGraph, unfortunately, to finish up the set. Players are still playing though.
Board 30 has been completed in both rounds.
Yeah, board 30 has been
involves a lead
completed.
change.
Okay, here's what we're going to do. We are going to cast the boards like I did yesterday, taking a look at each board. And, oh my god, I'm... one sec. Okay. Last set, we have... I'm going to pull up the boards individually, and we can take a look at them, throw them up on screen, but we're going to be able to see all four hands. And so I'm just going to show off the boards first, and then we will be able to take a look at what everyone does. I realize that this is not quite there on screen, so here we go. Board 30. Greg thinks that the directors pulled the last two boards and Italy has won. Well, we'll see. So what happened on this one? I guess I can remove all of my no spoiler tags now. And also...
Okay, so...
this.
In the room where Italy was east-west, it went 2 passes and West opened a heart.
Yep.
This allowed North to get in with a spade,
Mm-hmm.
and East might have made a light negative double with no invulnerable, but did not. And South bid 2-no trump to show a spade raise, and West felt like he had to double to show extra values. North bid 3 spades, and East doubled that, which must have been some form of takeout.
Yep.
They could not. They wound up arriving in their 4-3 club fit instead of their 5-3 diamond fit,
Mm-hmm.
and they might have had some play for 4 diamonds, but 4 clubs looks like it was just not possible.
Yeah, a little bit too challenging. I mean, things kind of go well for Declare. Left to his own devices, you could play the clubs for 1 loser. You can play the diamonds for no losers, picking up the 8 doubleton, but not enough entries to really do everything.
Hearts are favorable, but
Yeah.
I think if the defense just plays spades at every opportunity, you're just
Right.
down.
Yep, that too. So 4 clubs does go down a trick. In the other room, Norway, 2 passes. West has just a balanced 16 count, 5-card major. He gets to open a no trump because it's in his no trump range. That floated. North-South never found their spade fit and competed. And 1 no made on the nose for 90.
At match points, I might balance with the South hand showing the majors against 1 no pass at none vulnerable, but that's a lot less attractive at imps, where, you know, if you go plus 50 versus 110, it's not a disaster.
Mm-hmm.
And getting too high or getting involved with just 4-4 in the majors might cause other problems. In fact, in the Switzerland-USA match, one of the South players did balance with 2 clubs showing the majors. Meanwhile, looks like 1 no trump lost 5 spades and probably a heart.
Yep.
They're taking 4 hearts, ace, king, ace to make
Yeah,
it.
it looks right.
I
So
guess.
again, we kind of noticed that the USA-Switzerland match, basically the same thing happened in both tables for a lot of the boards. They played in 3 spades here, going down 2 on the north-south cards in both rooms, whereas in the Norway-Italy match, 1 pair got to 4 clubs after north-south found the spade fit. Another pair ended up just playing in a no-trump.
I mean, it turns out the big winning action from West was to pass the double of 3 spades. That would have given them 5 imps instead of 4 imps the other way, and those 4 imps are looking pretty big right now.
Right. So board 31, we do have a result in, so I'm going to bring that board up now to take a look at from the Norway-Italy match. So going into this board, Norway is ahead by a couple of imps, and this is the board. So South is the dealer, South probably passing, West will open a spade, looks like East-West likely to get to a game contract somehow. I mean, East has an opening hand. Well, we saw some exciting results on this board in both matches.
Don't lead a club. Six diamonds is a pretty good contract. Pretty much just needing to pick up the diamonds for one loser, missing the ace, the jack, and two small ones, but a tiny bit more work to do after that, in addition to that. Be more than a tiny bit more work, but it's a little more work in addition to that. So slam is decent but not great. On a club lead, with the king sitting over the queen, slam is pretty bad, but could still make because it's if the spades are 3-3, you could get a quick pitch. Like you could win the ace of clubs, unblock the heart, ace of spades, king of spades, spade ruff, pitch a club on the ace of hearts, king of diamonds out of hand, and Bob's your uncle.
Yeah, it's a very tricky hand to play, but for Italy, what
He made it on a club lead though, so I really wish we had the play.
Agree. I mean, it would.
It said the five of clubs was led, and for them to make it, I think they have to do that. It has to go club, queen, king, ace, heart to the king. You can't afford to come off the board with a diamond because they could cash a club, so you have to play ace of spades, king of spades, spade, and you ruff. And I guess you're just there. You play the ace of hearts, pitching a club. I guess you could ruff a club to dummy and play a diamond up towards your hand is better than playing the king of diamonds out of hand.
Yep.
So that's probably what they did.
Yeah, I mean, it's also still a little tricky there because if diamonds are not splitting, even if you can pick up the suit, that those spades in the west hand might get stranded. So John says correct, that is the way it went. How do you know? How could you possibly know? It's not like there's a play record. Six diamonds was played in the east. At least according to the bridge mate or whatever. But Norway bid to six diamonds.
It probably went a spade past two diamonds. Mm-hmm. Spade past two diamonds pass. Oh, I can see it. To say two diamonds, three hearts, I was going to predict that, but now I can actually see that that's how it went.
Yep. You saw it.
Well, that puts Norway ahead by 13 imps with one board to go.
Yeah, at 13 or 14, I guess, with one board to go. So that is a big board. And do we have a result on the last hand? We do. So I will bring that up in just a second. Here we go. Board 32. East-west vulnerable, west the dealer. So west for the Italian pair at our table is probably not going to feel too great having missed the diamond slam or potential diamond slam on that previous hand. And so they might be looking for a little bit of a swing here. And this was the final result. Match is over. Norway did pick up another 7, so congratulations to them. They're going to be playing up against Switzerland.
They make it on the diamond 10 lead.
3-no Trump bid and made in this room. Or bid and going down.
Diamond 10 lead looks like it should be.
Yeah, sorry.
It went down 3.
3-no Trump down 3 in this room. Whereas...
That makes more sense.
So that was for the Italian team, actually. In the other room, 3-no Trump went down 3. And here, meanwhile, Norway ended up in 2 spades.
This is sort of set up like where you could think you get a favorable lead against 3-no Trump, and all of a sudden you're going to make it. You have 3 clubs and 3 hearts is 6 and a diamond is 7. Well, you still have to. Those spades are bad for spades, but they're also bad for no Trump.
Yeah.
They probably get an extra diamond trick with the jack and then score a spade trick to get up to 9. It's not a great 3-0.
John says Samantha congratulated the Norwegians on bidding and making the 6 diamonds. I don't think it's sarcasm. I think it was more about the play than the bidding a little bit. 6 diamonds, a bit of a shaky contract, but does come home. Well, thanks for tuning in.
So it looks like in the end it was not as close as it was. Like all the way through was super close, and then Norway just went bam, bam, bam on the last three boards.
Yeah.
Picked up 23 imps to win by 20. Just still a close match, but it felt closer than this.
Yeah, definitely true. That the big final set of play, Norway wins by 20, looks somewhat comfortable.
And it was Grude who made 6 diamonds on board 31, so.
He has been lights out so far when I've been watching him at the very least, where just finding all of the right opening leads, bidding to the right contracts, and making as many tricks as he can on every hand. So Norway's going to be tough to beat, although Switzerland has felt like they've cruised a little bit. I don't recall exactly their quarterfinal match score, but I think that after a little bit of a scare early on, they had a fairly comfortable lead for most of it.
Yeah, they almost lost. They were behind Israel almost all the way in their first round, but they came back to just win by a tiny bit.
Mm-hmm.
And that was, just the one round before this one, or was it 2 rounds?
That was the round just before this, the quarterfinals. So we will see Norway up against Switzerland in the final starting tomorrow. I hopefully will not oversleep again. I think I've caught up on sleep now.
Oh, they blew their doors out in the last set. What happened? They were tied with a set. They were behind all the way, and they brought it. They were tied at the end of 5, and then they won 39-1 in the last
Got
set.
it. Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Well, every team's tough, but the 1 and 2 seeds coming out of the round robin do qualify for the final. That's going to be tomorrow. We'll be back around 5 a.m. Thank you again, Michael, for joining me for commentary today.
Thank you for doing this. Thanks to BBO for hosting this, and Al and our spectators were super helpful. So.
Yep. Great. Well, I will shut down stream now, but I will be back again 5 a.m. tomorrow.